air, and the town board session is in session for Estes Park, January, 14th, 2025. I got the first check I wrote this year correct. I got 2025 on the first check. Let's see, first of all, Pledge of Allegiance. Anyone who wants to stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance is welcome to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll move to agenda approval. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda as written? I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
Second.
And we'll go to a vote.
Still waiting on one vote.
Agenda approved as written. Thank you. We're going to move to public comment for items not on the agenda. And any public comments about quasi-judicial items have to be reserved for the appropriate public hearing. I anticipate we might have a few public comments based on the room. Please be expeditious in your comment. You need to give your name and address at the beginning of your comment, and I want to keep each of them to less than 3 minutes. I think some might be substantially shorter than that. Let's begin the dialogue. Who's first? Monologue, I should say. This is not a dialogue session. And turn on your little green button right in the center. There you go.
How's that?
And you can just leave it on.
Well, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in democracy. My name is Robert Johnson. I've lived in Estes 49 years, 37 of which have been in my current residence on Stanley Circle Drive. In that time, I've seen our town experience many changes and many challenges. As you all well know, as much as anyone, these challenges can be intense. We have the odd natural disaster. We have continuing year-to-year growth in visitation by the millions of all sorts. In very many real ways, the world comes to Estes Park. So I truly appreciate how important it is to have a functioning in good faith, local control town administration. And this very forum is a clear example of that we can do this kind of attitude. I would also like to take a moment to laud all the people in our town for the countless instances of interagency cooperation. This is a strong, vibrant town, and we work together to make it that way. We are and could continue to be a model of a well-functioning community. I'm here this evening as part of an ad hoc coalition of concerned residents to share information and affirm our shared values and the town's commitments to the continued well-being of our families, our institutions, our businesses, our visitors, and our most vulnerable and often marginalized community members of all types, but especially in focus tonight, immigrant families. Our immigrant neighbors are vital to the well-being of this town we call home. In standing with them, we will affirm our values as a community of welcome, compassion, resilience, and justice. Our group has developed a series of brief remarks about some of the specific historical roots, legal aspects, and economic impacts of the immigration situation as it stands. The reports impel us to understand and connect data, laws, and responsibilities. So our hope tonight is that The board will use the information we're sharing to develop a plan along the lines of the proposed resolution we're going to be submitting to you to read and discuss. So in brief preview then, we hope the board will take positive actions in support of our immigrants in our community, primarily by recognizing and affirming laws that are already in effect. So in closing, we do not want to be driven by fear. We want to be informed by facts. We want to be grounded in laws and guided by our integrity and our shared patriotic values in this community stability, family unity, and human decency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, and please, everyone, keep within your 3-minute time frame. I will be watching that. Please, expeditiously. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Thomas. I've been on and off here for 4 years. We're at 361 Lakefront Street. I'm a teacher, so it's a little hard to stick with 3 minutes, but I'll do my best. So I'd like to describe two of the most idealistic and inspiring traditions in our country since 1776 and well before. One was an open door to immigrants, symbolized by the Statue of Liberty and the message of welcoming that's on it. Before World War II, we had most of us, our forebears, except for Native Americans and indigenous people, came here because of that open door. Puritans escaping from prosecution, Germans from the Prussian Wars, Jews from the pogroms, Quakers, Catholics, Amish, Church of the Brethren, because of religious persecutions, and people looking for economic opportunity. Sometimes they were welcomed, and sometimes they were discriminated against. They're Catholics, they're Eastern Europeans, they're Jewish, they're Chinese, but we still welcomed them. And our idealistic message on the Statue of Liberty is, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. That was Emma Lazarus in 1883. Second period, also a very inspiring and really unique period in our history, where our country, having lived through World War II and the genocide, set up the United Nations, which was an affirmation of no more war, for conquest, and human rights. Eleanor Roosevelt, President Roosevelt's spouse, was able to shepherd the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, which included respect for the equality of everyone in the world, regardless of gender, race, religion. So we welcomed people a little equivocally after that period until 1965, when we did have a new immigration law brought about by John F. Kennedy, son of immigrants, Catholic, and he kind of was inspired by these principles. Who are some of the people who come here? Before World War II, Andrew Carnegie came from Scotland, Levi Strauss, the Levi guy, the jeans guy, Joseph Pulitzer Prize guy, Einstein, and then after World War II, a whole slew of interesting people, Rupert Murdoch, Liz Claiborne, Madeleine Albright, John Kuhn, co-founder of WhatsApp, Elon Musk, we all kind of know him, Steve Chun, and Gerard Karim, founders of YouTube, and finally, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who could forget Arnold Schwarzenegger? All immigrants, all who came, worked hard, were productive, good citizens of our country, helped move us forward and carried on these traditions of free and open society, respecting equal rights for everyone. Did I make it?
That was 3.5 minutes.
Oh, no.
I would ask everybody to stay within. I will begin giving you a signal when you have 2 minutes left and 1 minute left. Please time your remarks to stay within that.
Hello, I'm Chris Fisher-Keller. I live at 249 Old Man Mountain Lane. I was a teacher, but mine are short, I promise. As Steve mentioned about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there are other things such as the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Colorado. They all provide rights for all people, regardless of immigration status. The 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution specifically states, "Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." The 10th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution reserves powers not delegated to the federal government to the states and the people. The 10th Amendment provides certain powers to each state to create its own more specific laws, rights, and restrictions. As a result, states have created their own constitution, including Colorado. Under the Article 2, Section 3 of the state of Colorado's Constitution, all persons have certain natural, essential, and inalienable rights, among which may be reckoned the right of enjoying and defending their lives and liberties, of acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and seeking and obtaining their safety and happiness. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Autumn Nelson. I live at 903 Prospect Park Drive. I'm an immigration attorney in town. As my predecessor stated, constitutional rights apply to all people, regardless of immigration status. Yet, immigrants are still at high risk for detention and deportation. About 8 years ago, Estes Park residents asked the Estes Board of Trustees to urge our Colorado delegation in DC to advocate for immigration reform. This request was granted, and Mayor Todd Jersa signed resolution number 10-18, supporting immigration reform on May 22, 2018. Since then, our state of Colorado has enacted many laws to protect immigrants. One example is House Bill 19-1124, which limits state and local law enforcement cooperation with ICE in detaining immigrants. Another is Senate Bill 21-131, which prevents the federal government from accessing personal identifying information, including legal status maintained by the state. There are many, many more listed in the Colorado General Assembly website. In the coming weeks, months, and years, the risk of mass arrests and deportation for immigrants in the U.S. looms even larger. Immigrants need more protection, especially at the federal level. Therefore, we need the Board of Trustees to urge our Colorado delegation to advocate for further immigration reform. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for providing the opportunity to voice our opinions. My name is Natalia Pleshkova. I am now a proud American Ukrainian, and thank you for being a part of the ceremony, Mayor. The residence address is 1802 Wildfire Road, apartment F303. Some of my neighbors are here, and thanks again to the town of Estes Park for approving that project for the workforce housing. According to the American Immigration Council, foreign-born immigrants like myself in Colorado comprise about 10% of the population. They have over $19 billion in spending power and paid $6.6 billion in taxes. Me personally, $8,000 in 2021. To be specific, Estes Park is home to many of these immigrants, documented and undocumented. They positively contribute and provide value to all aspects of our community. Thank you. Hi to your son. He was so little in Bennett preschool, and time flies. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ruth Miller, 1734 Wildfire Road.
Sorry?
Her neighbor, yes. And a U.S. citizen since 2018. I'm very thankful for that. Migration Policy Institute estimates that over 160,000 people in Colorado are undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants are those who were born outside of the U.S. and who are in the U.S. without immigration status. They include those who entered the U.S. without inspection, even those who have applied for asylum. They also include those who overstayed or violated visa conditions, even if they are in the process of applying for their legal permanent residency or green card. Those who have been granted DACA and many who have been granted work permits are also considered undocumented. Close to 70% of these immigrants have resided here for the last 10 years. In Estes Park, undocumented immigrants have lived here for many years. They are our family members, friends, neighbors, employers, employees, co-workers, classmates, fellow church members, service providers, and community volunteers. They are a part of the fabric of our community. They are enriching our lives and broadening our vision. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenny Forster. I'm a Colorado native and I live here in town. The American Immigration Council estimates that 5.1 million U.S. citizen children live with an undocumented family member. In Colorado, over 72,000 children live with at least one undocumented parent. In Estes Park, there are children, many who are U.S. citizens, who rely on parents or other relatives who are undocumented. Removal of these immigrants would cause family separation. Separated family members, children and adults alike, experience extensive trauma and exceptional hardships resulting from losses of, among countless other things, consortium, guardianship, caretaking, home, financial support, business, property, and health. Even without actual separation, undocumented immigrants, their children, and other family members live under constant fear, stress, and other mental health issues due to the daily threat of family separation from an arrest or deportation of a loved one. At this very moment, we have residents who are not able to fully live authentic lives because they fear arrest and deportation. We have reliable and hardworking members of our workforce who fear driving to and from work every day because they could get pulled over for a minor traffic offense, be reported to ICE, and not make it home to their children. We have children living in our town who fear coming home from school to find an empty house and their parents deported. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and trustees. It's a privilege to be here tonight. My name is Linda Benzie. I live at 1690 Brook Court, and I've had the great joy of living and working in Estes Park for 48 years. The forced reduction of immigrants would result in a parallel reduction in the Estes Park School District population. That's my concern. This would cause trauma, grief, loss, and other mental health issues to the student body, to the staff, to support personnel, along with parents. This would also result in reductions in the overall school budget and the reduced ability for our school district to provide the breadth and depth of educational opportunities and progress that it now sees for its preschoolers all the way through 12th grade. Thank you. Deep gratitude for your listening and attention to this concern.
I'm Carol Drusselli Thomas. I live at 361, I'm so nervous, 361 Lakefront Street with my husband Steve. Though I've only been here about 6 years, Steve and I met in Allens Park in 1976, and we married at Mountainside Lodge 42 years ago at the YMCA camp. This place is very sentimental, one of the most sentimental and beloved of all the places we've lived and been and visited anywhere. And by the way, I love the diversity of this town, all ages and people coming from all over the world. Estes Park is a mountain town whose economy is dependent on tourism to the area, especially our wonderful Rocky Mountain National Park, which has visitation records of well over 4 million visitors annually and from all over the world. Estes Park is dependent upon its immigrant workforce to help serve our thriving tourist industry and a value and In a value of tourism study done in 2021, Visit Estes Park estimated that travelers annually bring in $500 million to the town, $500 million, which generated $35 million in local and state tax revenues and reduced the tax burden of every resident by thousands of dollars. A forced reduction of immigrant workforce as a result of changes in immigration and enforcement policies would prevent Estes from sustaining our ability to serve tourists and have negative impacts on our economy. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Melissa Wood. I live at 1601 High Drive, and I appreciate your attention to all of us tonight. I want to talk numbers. We've been talking some numbers, but I think it's really important to understand exactly what we're talking about when it comes to our immigration community and how that impacts the economy of Estes Park. The Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy reports that undocumented immigrants in the U.S. paid almost $97 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2022. $37.3 billion was paid to state and local governments. The American Council on Immigration further reports that undocumented immigrants also contributed almost $23 billion to Social Security and $6 billion to Medicare. Undocumented immigrants are often entrepreneurs, as we know that, and a source of jobs in the community. We have undocumented business owners in Colorado and all over the U.S. who have employed people through the years of the COVID pandemic, keeping countless individuals, including U.S. citizens and their families, financially afloat as much of our economy shut down. Removal of these immigrants in Estes Park and anywhere else in the U.S. would result in significant reduction of tax revenues and jobs and have a negative impact on our Social Security and Medicare programs. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jen Bass, or Jennifer if you're mad at me. I live at 277 Baker Drive, right up by Twin Owl Steakhouse. And before I get started on my little speech, I just wanted to let you all know, I was going over our town, kind of just words written in integrity. And I don't have to tell you because you're a part of this, but just to remind everyone in our town that the vision for Estes Park is that the town of Estes Park will be an ever more vibrant and welcoming community, in our mountain community, which I think is beautiful because we are colorful Colorado, and the diversity in our town alone makes the fabric so rich and textured and beautiful. And with that, I'll go into what the vision of Estes Park is. And as stated on the town's website, the mission of the town, our beautiful town of Estes Park, is to provide high quality, reliable resources for the benefits of residents, guests, and employees, while being good stewards of public resource and our natural setting. That's lovely. So I just need to say Estes Park relies on immigrants, documented and undocumented, to provide these high quality and reliable services and to help maintain our public resources and natural setting. In addition to the immigrants working in our town's hospitality industry, our town's immigrant workforce and volunteer force, this includes first responders, fire protection, and we know how important that is right now, landscapers, cleaners, construction workers, those maintaining the infrastructure of our beautiful little town, plus many more. A forced reduction of immigrants in our community would severely reduce the town's ability to accomplish its mission, and I think it would go backwards with the mission statement and our vision. Thank you for your time.
Which of our speakers so far does theatrical work? All right, Nick.
I'm Wayne Park, 395 Ponderosa Avenue, and I hope I'm not boring. Now we turn the data part into what we hope you will support with another resolution. In conclusion, for all the reasons previously mentioned, we, people of the Estes Valley, urge that you, the Board of Trustees of the Town of Estes Park, to adopt the following measures to protect our community, prevent family separation, and to sustain the economy and the stability of the Town of Estes Park. Got 5 of them for you. 1, this is what was mentioned at the very beginning and in the middle. Renew the call to action for immigration reform to the elected Colorado delegation in Washington, D.C. under Resolution 1018. That was a resolution that you, the trustees at that time, passed in the support of immigration reform. So to renew that effort. 2, ensure equal access for support services and resources to those in our community, documented or not, who are challenged and with mental health issues, general health care, child care needs, experiencing loss or family separation, and meeting fundamental needs. The rights for all, that's what we're talking about. Support the laws that help preserve and protect the rights of all people in Estes Park. 4 is apply these laws to defend the immigrants in our community. And number 5, adjust and create local policies consistent with the laws to keep immigrant families together and to safeguard our community's immigrant workforce. Now, I have drafts of this resolution, and if I may have your permission, I'd like to pass these out to each one of you.
You have permission.
Thank you.
Are there other public comments for items not on the agenda? Thank you for your input. We'll move on with the agenda, and if there's going to be departures from the room, I'll give a minute for that to happen so we don't have a disruption while we're talking the next topic. Thanks again. Christmas tree to watch, and they took it down 3 days ago. All right, let's move on with the agenda. We have town board comments and liaison reports. Trustee Mark Eigel, you have the first microphone.
Thank you, Mayor Hall. I wrote things down tonight. For TAB, I have no meeting report. Police Auxiliary, no meeting report. December was a dry month for meetings. I do want to make a comment and invite the public and other boards to meet in this room in February. There was a situation over at the fire district where there was a challenge to an executive session where a judge ruled that that executive session had to be released, and then it was made public on the fire district's website. But it really brought to light, and I think that there were a series of really difficult decisions that were made to do that. And while I think that we have to conduct our business in the light of the public, we do the people's business in front of the people. So I don't have any issue with that process. I think the results of that, all of that, drama was very beneficial in that we are going to talk about what it means to meet in public. And the Estes Valley Voice has put together a session that will be in this room on February 1st from 2 to 4. And it's an opportunity for members of boards, us, people who are thinking of being on a board, any other member of a board, or each one of you as the public to understand what it means for an elected representative to conduct business in public. So I hope to see a lot of people here for that. If anything, that will start the conversation about what it means to do our electors or our constituents' business so they can see what's going on. So I wanted to acknowledge that because we don't talk about it, or we, I don't want to condone anything quietly, but I want to talk about that, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mayor. It is February 1st in this room, 2 to 4 p.m.
And in fact, I believe I was the sponsor to get it on the, in this room from a town standpoint.
And I think it's a great idea. It could have been it could have been a private event in a little tiny room somewhere, but I think that this forum will be good to say that we, the town, believe in this as a tenet of how we do business. And I have found sitting with this board that when we're talking between breaks or something, there's 3 of us talking, it's about Trustee Sinek's latest addition to her farm, or where Frank rode on his bike. And people here are very conscientious about not violating that. And so I've been refreshed to these individuals' commitment to that. So I think it's a great place to have it because that's a belief of this board.
Thanks for bringing it up. Trustee Lancaster.
I have nothing this week.
Mayor Pro Tem Sinek.
Well, in speaking to the additions to my farm, I do have 80 chickens, so we still have lots of eggs, and I see a lot of times they're not having eggs in the grocery store, so let me know if you need eggs. But besides that, the 2 donkeys and 4 sheep and 4 goats and 5 cows, appreciate the comments. So the biggest thing I want to do is welcome back the entire board. It seems like it's been a long time since I've seen all of you. And welcome back to the admin, some more than others. And we're glad to see all of the admin back. So that's number 1. The end of this month, I'll be in the CAST meeting in Breckenridge. I'm looking forward to that meeting. And then CAST did send me an email, which I had the town clerk, we may not have forwarded to you yet, but CAST has asked Estes Park if we'd like to host CAST in August. And so I just said I would bring it up tonight. And it's a lot of work on the admin and town clerk's office and everything else to do that. So I didn't say yes by any means, but I just wanted us to maybe think about it. And there's a lot of the things going on that are really good in this town with housing and maybe immigration, all these other things that would be nice topics to talk about with CAST. So I really think this board should think about being a host for that. There is a lot involved in that, but I think we, as a board or admin or something, should at least discuss that. So that's it.
Thanks. I'll go ahead with mine. The great majority of the things, activities that I do, I publish weekly to the through the administrative staff, so folks are aware of what's going on. I put them in the minutes so that I don't have to give you a long litany here, because I cover a lot of bases between each board meeting, and this was almost 5 weeks in between. So just a couple things. Highly encourage you to participate in. It is a celebratory festival, and that's in its 2nd year, and we'll see how it develops over the coming years. I went to the Larimer, I sit on the board of the Larimer County Behavioral Health Policy Council. Their meeting was yesterday down in Fort Collins, the quarterly meeting, and they, in the current year, 14.7 million go into 72 different causes assisting with behavioral health. In the Estes Park side, I think we've got Harmony Foundation, we've got the school district, and there's one more, and I lost my list, but I encourage agencies that are involved in that to apply early in the year to that Behavioral Health Council for consideration of grants by the end of the summer, beginning of the fall. Last, if not least, I had the very interesting experience of helping the middle school drama class with their presentation of A Midwinter's Night Dream with teacher Catherine Dumont. If you haven't seen the picture of me as the Duke of Athens with my crown, I think I'll get that put up over here. It's a bit fun. So maybe we'll get the EP News to print that or something. That's all of my comments. Everything else should be in the minutes. Trustee Youngland.
Thank you, Mayor. Not too much to report. The sister cities did meet last week. We have, they have 7 students that will be going on an international exchange to Monteverde over their spring break in March, and 3 teachers, chaperones, will be going. So that's exciting. Lots of stuff happening on that end between the Monteverde and Estes Park, trying to solidify that trip and also to accept students from Monteverde this summer. One thing they are looking at, Sister Cities, is I'm helping facilitate and talk to Deputy Town Administrator about perhaps an area of education board about what the sister city is and how it came about and what it is, just what exactly a sister city is, and maybe a peace poll, which they have as well in Monteverde. So we're looking at, they're going to be putting together a proposal to present to the town to move forward. They really don't have an area in mind. They're open to whatever works with maybe the arts department, Parks and Rec as well. So anyway, that's in the work, which I think will be really a good piece to have in the community to help educate the community and visitors about what Sister Cities is all about. So that is all I have for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hazelton.
Yeah, just a few things tonight, Mayor. First, I want to just thank all the public commenters. That is great to hear from folks, especially we're talking in the study session about hearing more proactively from our community. So it was really wonderful to have you all here. So I'll pass my thanks along to Autumn, and hopefully she can distribute to the rest of the crew. But a couple of items for my liaison roles. I'm the liaison to restorative justice, and I wanted to note that in February 20th through the 22nd, in partnership with the library, they'll be hosting a deliberative engagement workshop. It's a 3-day workshop, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 8:30 to 5 each day at the Estes Park Museum, which sounds like a big commitment, but it's a really wonderful facilitator training content designed by Dr. Martine Carcassonne from the CSU Center for Public Deliberation. And he'll be leading community members through what it's like to set up conversations and discussions with the intent of deliberative engagement. So how do we come from complete opposite sides of issues and arrive at a destination that seems reasonable for all? And there's a lot of really great information on the library website. And I think there's going to be an article in the papers on Friday, so I encourage folks to take a peek at that. If that's too much of a commitment for you, it is for me personally. They're allowing a kind of a shorter abridged version on Thursday morning from 9 to 11. That will just be a really kind of quick 101 facilitator training. All of this is free. There's food involved too, so I really encourage people to engage in that, especially as we as a town are looking at some of those bigger picture items like the development code. We're going to talk about a contract, entering into a contract for that tonight. That development code is going to be a big conversation with a lot of competing views. So I really hope that folks will consider how we can work together to come to some agreements on our vision for things like land use. Visit Estes Park, I'm a board member for Visit Estes Park and also the liaison to this board. At our last board meeting, we did approve the 2025 budget, which is great. The mayor shared with me, he serves on the CEO search committee, that they're currently in preliminary interview process for that CEO position. There are 3 additional positions open for Visit Estes Park, 2 of which are in marketing, shocker, and 1 is in sales and events. So anybody who might be listening or who may be in the room, I'd encourage you to take a peek at those at visitestespark.com. You can find the links to those listings and share them with your friends and folks that you know who may want to apply. My next meetings for both of those liaison and board roles are on Thursday, January 23rd. So I'll look forward to reporting back at our next meeting. And then finally, I just wanted to encourage folks to participate in this year's Community Information Academy. You may have seen PIO Miller has put out a few different press releases on it. It is one of the most valuable things that I think I've done, certainly in prep for this role, but just as a resident and community member. I think it's a 6-week series, meets on Wednesdays, starting in, I think it's early February and goes through mid-March. And it's a way for you to really get to know how your municipal government runs. It's really awesome. You get time with department directors, you get time with staff, you get time touring different town facilities. It's again free, and I believe the deadline to apply for that is a week from tomorrow, or maybe it's a week from today. But if you could email kmiller@estes.org, that's Kate's email address, and you can get some information in the application for that. It's a wonderful, wonderful program, and I really hope folks will take the opportunity to engage in it. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Trustee Brown.
Okay, Happy New Year, everyone. No one's mentioned that yet. But I would like to echo Trustee Hazelton's comments about the Community Information Academy. It's a fabulous experience to go through it. I went through it, and you learn so much about what's going on in this town. You know, a lot of the complaints that you sometimes hear from people about town government relate to just not knowing what's going on. This town is pretty open about describing what it's doing, and it's good to get to know the directors of all of the departments of town government. They're the ones that really get things done under the supervision of our town administrator, but it's a great experience, so I really encourage you to do it. And it's really the foundation for future town leaders too. So please consider that. It's a commitment, but it's well worthwhile your time. I have only one liaison that's occurred since the last town board meeting, and that's the Housing Authority. I'm the liaison to the Housing Authority. Usually the Housing Authority meeting would be the day after today, but it happened to be last week. And there's not a whole lot to report because they're working on mainly their budget right now, and it's a complicated budget because of all of the various facilities that it operates. You may not know this, but there's a whole lot of housing provided by the Housing Authority, principally low-income housing, some market housing, and because of 6E, it finally has some money to spend to develop further housing for our workforce. Some of the developers in town are maybe not as happy about that because the Housing Authority tends to buy up a lot of properties they may want to develop, but there's plenty of other properties available for private developers. But they're working on a number of different projects. Just recently, the first people were moved into Fall River Village, which was the acquisition by the Housing Authority from the Stanley Hotel Complex. And I think there were 8 moved in last week, my understanding. So they have 89 workforce housing apartments available there. So if you are a workforce member, need to look at that because it is eligible for you, and it's a really nice facility. So with that, that's all I've got. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thanks. And the third item funded by the Behavioral Health Council is Crossroads Ministry. So I wanted to mention that. Town Administrator report, Mr. Mahalik.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move on to the consent agenda. I'll read the consent agenda in full. Item 1 We have the bills. We have item 2, town board meeting and study session minutes dated December 10, 2024. Item 3, transportation advisory board minutes dated October 16th, 2024, acknowledgement only. Item 4, board of adjustment minutes dated December 3rd, 2024, acknowledgement only. And item 5, resolution 0125, public posting area designation. Does any member of the public request to have any item removed from the consent agenda? That includes trustees.
Mayor, will you remove item 5 for discussion?
Got it? Any other comments on the consent agenda? In that case, I will take a motion for the modified consent agenda.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda, removing number 5.
And second the motion.
Okay, I'll go to a vote. Consent agenda minus item 5 is passed. We will now turn our attention to that item 5, resolution 0125, public posting area designation. Mr. Mahalik, can you, or is it the town clerk who can give me information on that?
Mayor, this is a resolution that's required by the state every year. We designate where we're going to post public notices. Right now, we post notices on our website, and that's what the resolution in front of you would do. If you approve the resolution, it makes our official posting place the town's website. Town Clerk Williamson has more details about when we made that change, why we made that change, and can answer any questions that you might have.
Questions, comments?
I can go ahead and provide that history if you like, if that helps. House Bill 1087 amended the state statute that stated that it transitioned the posting of physical notices to public meetings in physical locations to posting notices on the website, social media, accounts, or other official online presence. So when that occurred, the town board considered resolution 01-20, so that would have been in 2020, and the board approved that resolution. And since that time, so for the past 4 years, we've been posting all of your notices online for the meetings as stated by the state statute. Prior to that, we did post notices outside of the town administrator's office. Nothing has ever been posted on the physical building since I've been here for the past 23 years. I'm assuming it was before my time as well, but that's kind of the history as to why we've made that change. I will also note that we have not received any public complaints or comments on this practice since that time.
Is this typically the first resolution of each year then?
It is, because we're required to make notice of that per the state statute in order to tell the public how we will be posting all of your notices.
Other questions from the board?
Mayor, I raised a question about this, and philosophically, I just reject that we're going to force people to do all of their business and live life online. I think that it's reasonable for us to be able to post something physically at Town Hall. We're centrally located, easy access. I don't think it would be overly burdensome for the town staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, to put a notice of a meeting coming up or any legally required notice. Are we not required to post in the newspaper or paper of record? Am I thinking old school here?
No, we are not required. We are just to notice. Previously, we had to notice and designate where we were noticing that within this building.
Mm-hmm.
With that change to the House bill, it allowed us to then use our website for those postings.
So I would, well, please go ahead.
Trustee Igo, we're required to post certain ordinances and zoning-related notices in the newspaper.
Right.
But our agendas, no, we're not required to do that, and we weren't a few years ago either.
And so my understanding is that this is a notice of a meeting occurring. Would that be a reasonable thing to post in a public area, the foyer of this building, to say there is a meeting upcoming that is, here's the problem that I run into when I read this, that we're noticing in this, that in the event of a power or internet outage, the town designates the main entrance to town hall as the public place for posting notice of town meetings. Was that for if the power's out for a half hour or for 6 hours or a week? So there's some gray area in when can I go downtown to get that notice? Can we just post it in both places? That's my question. What's that going to cost us? And is it reasonable to ask the staff to do that?
It's just staff time. And
Can
also
quantify
remembering
that?
to do both.
So I appreciate
that's
that human
that's,
part of it.
That's
right.
really the human error is the part that potentially creeps in.
If we remember to post it correctly online, I really want to advocate for the person who is not online. And I've heard from a handful of people who said, when I asked them, what do you think about this posting policy? There's a pretty strong sentiment of some folks that we are moving everything to the internet and everything to be online, and that you have to be online. You may say that everyone's online anyway, but it's a question I'm asking. Whether the board goes with that or not, it's your opportunity to say you support it or don't. But I'd like to propose that we post physically every notice that would be posted online.
I think the question would be, do we need a modified resolution? Does the board, by majority, ask for a modified resolution for that? Would we need that to happen in order to make that occur?
Mayor, no, the resolution wouldn't have to be modified. The town clerk's office, with direction from the town administrator or the town board, can also post in a second location or as many locations. I don't want to step on Jackie's toes, as the board desires. That it's not required that that be in the resolution in order for that to happen.
Well, I think really then in that case, we're looking for whether there is a board majority in support of doing a hard copy posting. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I just want to clarify, this is for town board meetings, not every meeting of any group of the board, correct? So it would be the Planning Commission, Board of Adjustments, Transportation Advisory Board. This is just pertains, the statute just applies to the town governing board, correct?
I don't believe so. I believe it would be any of our boards, our planning commission, our board of adjustment. That's how we posted previously. So I would imagine that if you all are asking of that, the main function of this resolution would be the town board meetings. But I would assume we would want the board to consider whether or not you would want that to be the other two main boards of the town, the planning commission and the board of adjustment.
Well, I think we'd have to clarify what it means. I mean, I have no problem with for the town board. If it's for every committee and group and everybody, we'd have to have a whole wall of agendas posted up there.
We used to.
Yeah.
So I would want to be clear as well, because we would want to give staff direction if we're doing this for the town board only, or if we would want the planning commission and the board of adjustment. And a board of appeals, when it meets, it does not meet that often, as well as the audit committee.
And what about transportation, other advisory boards?
Those are advisory boards.
Well, we need to have that clarification.
This resolution is speaking specifically to the town board. So the intent that I had was when we have a meeting that's conducting town business, town board, that would be the posting that would be public. I just went to test the theory of, hey, say I want to find out when a public posting is going on. I can't find it on the website. Looking from the outside in, there's no legal post, no public notice link from the front page. Could be me, I'm getting older, but I couldn't find it, and I looked for 10 minutes. So I want it to be very easy for people to see when we are meeting, and we want them to be here. I really appreciate the public engagement. That's my purpose.
I guess personally, I would like to see it maybe easier to find on the website. maybe a link from the homepage, and I don't know how that works, so don't look at me like I'm funny, for sure. But I do think that having it easier to find, or a drop up or drop down or whatever, I'm not interested in having the paper pasted to the wall, only because I've just seen over the last 8 years, 10 years even, so few people walk through town, and I just don't necessarily think that's needed. Well, then they're definitely not walking through town, but I just don't think it's needed. But I do think having it easier to find on the website would be good.
So to answer that, or to give information about that, Mayor Pro Tem Senek, is we have a whole boards and meetings page. It's a drop down with every meeting, every board we have, and their agenda that is posted. And we also have the calendar that is where we post each and every meeting as well. So, and that's on the front page. So I'm not sure what else we could do, but the staff could definitely look at other options.
Yeah, that's what I just went to estes.org, and on the right, it says town board study session with a link and a time, town board meeting with a link and the time. There's a boards and meetings block that you click on, and it takes you to the page where you can link to our study session agenda. They get emailed out to people, anybody who's on the town email list. I receive them at my personal address. There's also drop downs at the top that say I want to, and then you can go, look at all the good things you want to look at. Boards and meetings is a drop down at the top as well. So I'm with Marie. I don't think we need to have a printed posting. I think there's also resources in the community for folks who may not have internet access or need something printed out. The library has a house calls program where they will print and bring things like this to your home if you sign up for it, as well as your library books and things like that. So I think we're spending a lot of time on something that I understand it's important, but I'm completely comfortable with it being posted on estes.org. I think it's easy to access, and I'm ready to vote on the resolution.
To Trustee Eigel's defense, I think there were a couple missing links that he spotted today. And so I think it just requires that discipline to make sure that those things are indeed readily accessible on that primary.
Yeah, I appreciate the education, Trustee Hazelton, but today, please validate this concern. Town Clerk Williamson, this information was not available today on the website. Is that accurate?
I can wade in there. I'm not sure if Town Clerk Williamson saw the email, because I was working with Deputy Clerk Beers. The calendar block that typically has all of our board meetings was not updated. The boards and meeting page does have the public notice piece of it, but it is at the bottom of the page, and I think we could
We
make
have to communicate clearly when we meet.
direct link to
It is
that.
there currently, Trustee Hazelton, currently. Okay. We need to be, okay. Thank you. Your point's been making, and mine is to advocate for the citizens having easy access. So I appreciate the opportunity to address it publicly.
Yeah, there were some missing links, but they were resolved very quickly after the attention was brought to them. So thanks for that. But I think that we're just talking about town board meetings, public town board meetings that require posting. And based on that, I'd like to hear just from the board, we could do it through a formal vote, whether we have a majority to require that or not.
I would support the town board meetings being posted on the front door there. I just think that's a simple thing to do if we're just doing that. It wouldn't be burdensome to put all of the other town things on there.
I'm hearing from 3 trustees then that if it's just the town board, is there a 4th that would affirm that or not?
I have no problem with it, as long as it's limited to the town board. We went through this at the county too, and we just put a frame that was mounted there, just slid it in every time. Just as a piece of trivia, until recently, counties had the same requirement. However, in the state statute, counties were required to nail the agenda to the front door of the courthouse. And given as our Lerner County Courthouse has nothing but glass doors, we were in violation for decades. Luckily, that has been changed.
Before Scotch tape was created.
I would oppose having to nail it up, but it's a simple one, as long as we limit it to just the town board meetings.
Can I just get confirmation from the board, because this seems to be very specific, and I want to make sure I have clear direction if you decide to go this direction. Are we talking about the main door? Right over there. Yep, the main entrance, correct? I just want to make sure we're all clear. And only that door, correct? Okay, thank you.
I've still heard only 3 board members in support of that.
I just, I'm fine with leaving it as it is. I think there are other ways. I'm glad you brought that up, Trustee Hazelton. I did not realize the library had that service, so I think that's great that it provides a service for people that maybe are shut in or don't have computer access. So I'm fine leaving it the way it is, just on the website.
I'm fine leaving like it is. I would have a question though. If we're really talking about access for people, the door that's locked that goes to the town hall is probably not access for people.
This one isn't locked.
Well, I know that, but I know, but are we talking about this door, or are we talking about? Oh, okay, I was making sure you were talking about that door that's locked. I still am okay with the internet, but.
I think we need, at this point, a motion to approve or decline the resolution as written.
I move to approve Resolution 01-25 as written.
Second.
We can vote? The resolution passes. We'll move forward to reports and discussion items. Salud Foundation Community Health Center update. We have Executive Director Santisteban. Pardon me. I don't know where the accent falls. I should have checked that.
Yes, it's John Santisteban. So,
Santisteban.
yeah, but
Got it.
Yeah, good evening, and thank you for your time and giving me the opportunity to address the City Council. I'd like to, start off by thanking you for your financial support through the years. Through the years, the city has given Salud somewhere in the $25,000 range. This year was $30,000, so it's really appreciated, that financial support. So. I'd like to give you just a quick background about Salud. We run 13 clinics in 11 communities and in 11 counties in the state of Colorado. We go from northeastern, north central, and all the way to southern Colorado. On an annual basis, we serve about 67,400 patients, providing about 280,000 visits. And we practice an integrated model of care where we provide medical care, behavioral health, dental, pharmaceutical services, care management services, all under one roof. So that's and our focus is serving the underserved populations of the state. We've been in Estes Park since 1992, so we've been in the community for 32 years. Within the community, we see about 2,100 patients a year, providing about 6,600 visits. So a little bit about, the patient population we serve. As I mentioned, we kind of focus on the underserved population and Medicaid. When you look at the patients we serve, 56% are under 100% of the federal poverty level. And the federal poverty level, for an individual, that is $15,060 a year to be at that level. And for a family of 4, that's an income of $31,200. So we're serving a lot of individuals that are in need. So, and then when you look at 101% to 200% of the poverty level, that makes up the other 30% of our population base. So uninsured patients, our practice makes up about 45% of our patients don't have a payer source that come to us. So the reason I'm here tonight is Salud and other community health centers in the state of Colorado and other safety net providers are facing some significant financial challenges. And again, this has been coming for a few years. We've seen it and we've been talking about it and saying, you know, what can we do? But it really is at a point now that if we don't take action, either at the state, federal, local level, that some health centers have already significantly laid off staff members, like 25% of their staff. And it's at risk for Salud closing some of our rural sites. Salud's kind of unique, and when we say we run our sites, you know, 11 community sites, 6 of them are rural, 5 are large urban. So, and when I say the rural sites are at risk is, let's take, you know, we got clinics in Longmont and Fort Collins down the hill, that if I cut staff there, you know, I got 20 providers, I can cut 5, 6. That clinic is still going to be there. It's not going to suit as many individuals, but Estes Park, Trinidad, Sterling, Fort Morgan, Frederick, Fort Lupton, you know, they're staffed very lightly, that it's very hard to cut back on those staff and keep the clinic operational. So, so I just want to emphasize that. And why are we here? You know, community health centers, we get about 15% on average of our funding from the federal government to help subsidize that uninsured population base. That 15% has been there for 15 years. We haven't gotten any inflationary increases, and so it's become harder and harder to stretch those dollars. And then when COVID happened and, you know, less people in healthcare, huge inflation in wages, it just kind of threw that over the top, that you know, 15% spending didn't go as far. So that's part of the problem, was the you know, inflation in wages. The other thing to emphasize is Medicaid is the #1 payer source for community health centers across the country. When we take hits in Medicaid, it directly, you know, affects our bottom line. During COVID, you had the public health emergency where individuals didn't have to reapply for Medicaid. That ended on March 31st of last year. So it's called the Medicaid unwind that we've been going through for, you know, over a year. State of Colorado, you know, quite frankly, is in the top 3, if not of, you know, underperforming and getting people back on Medicaid. So to give you some statistics, pre-Medicaid expansion in 2014, 38% of our patients had Medicaid. During COVID, in those years, we were averaging about 56%. Today, we're at 42%. So we're down 14 points. And what that means is those patients don't go away. They just go from Medicaid to uninsured. And every one of those percentage points is $500,000 loss to us in revenue. So that right there is a $7 million deficit that we're looking at. And then you take the inflation. So for the whole fiscal year, you know, we're halfway through our fiscal year, and we're outperforming our loss projections. Right now, our loss is currently at $2.4 million, but that's understated by $1.6 million. So really our loss is $4 million, and why it's understated by 1.6 is we've gotten $1 million from the Colorado Health Foundation unsolicited, because they heard, you know, where community health centers were, and there's been some other entities that came up with the other, you know, $600,000. So Colorado Access gave us $400,000. So when you look at the month of November alone, if we didn't have that $1 million that came in from the Colorado Health Foundation, our loss in just November would have been $1.3 million. So we're at $4 million. We're projecting in the next 6 months we'll lose about $1 million a month. So our original projection was 14. We think we're going to maybe be somewhere around 10 or 11 million loss for the year. So, so what we're doing, and my goal is to let the community know, both local, federal, state, of what's happening. And what can we all do working together to not let that happen, to decrease access for healthcare in all the respective communities we serve. And it's not just Salud, it's the other 19 health centers in the state of Colorado. And because I don't want to be in a position where we have to make cuts and someone says, well, you should have let us know 6 months ago, and what could have we done? You know, really, time now is for action, so we do not let that happen. So, and, you know, I've been asked a question, you know, what do we want from the city council? I'm not here to ask for dollars. What I'm here to ask for is support and advocacy, both at the local level, contacting, you know, our state representatives, federal representatives, and letting them know, you know, how valuable the community health centers are in their communities, and that we got to support the funding. And it's going to be challenging, you know, the state, we're getting a lot of good feedback from our legislators. They're listening to us, but, you know, the state's facing a budget shortage. You know, last projections, I think I heard it was $700 million. And so they're trying to get creative and getting us more dollars. Honestly, at the federal level, I don't have much hope that more dollars are going to come through the federal government. So, so we are asking, you know, local communities to participate. Estes Park is very fortunate that they have the Salud Estes Park Foundation, which is, you know, worked with Salud through, boy, all the years we've been here. And they've done a fantastic job of fundraising through the year. And so the loss just for the Estes Park Clinic is a little bit over $1 million. So we've been talking to the foundation, and the foundation is going to try to raise $1 million to keep the Estes Park Clinic open. And what that would mean is that if we call it the nuclear option about having to close clinics, because boy, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to expand, you know, access to health care. And it'll truly be heartbreaking if we got to do that, because you got to think we're messing with individuals' lives. You know, they're not going to be able to get health care, their prescriptions they need and such. And so that is not why we're here. You know, we want to expand it and keep our access there. So we've been working with the foundation, and just to emphasize, it's not a one-time, you know, ask of $1 million. It would have to be ongoing to help support the clinic, unless, again, something changes at the state level, more dollars come in, or more dollars from the federal government. So that's kind of where we're at, and I'm open to any questions and feedback.
Well, personally, I will commit to contact of our state representatives and others to bring diplomacy, but urgency and appropriate commentary. Whether it will have an impact, yeah, we've seen the articles about the 700 million shortfall and how are they going to make the pieces, but this is a very important piece to our community. So thank you for that, and I will take and make that commitment to communicating vociferously.
That's very much appreciated.
So I know when there are people that are uninsured that we're going to a clinic, they often end up in emergency rooms, which is a far more expensive way to treat them. And of course, we have an emergency room here in our hospital. And I'm wondering, and I know you've got some generous donors who are agreeing to matching funds, and I think that's pretty amazing. That's wonderful, but not enough to cover that $1 million shortfall. And I'm wondering if you've had any discussions with either the hospital or more likely the hospital foundation to help bridge this gap. And I know it's a temporary thing and it's not going to be forever. You've got to find a more permanent solution. But is there any interest amongst the hospital foundation in particular to help here?
I have had discussions with the leadership of the hospital in the last month or so. We didn't really get into discussions about the foundation. We're more just sharing where they're at, where we're at, how we could, you know, make sure we serve the community as best as possible. So, yeah.
Thanks for coming and getting this out there for the public to see. In the article in the Estes Valley Voice, you sounded a little more dire. You actually said that it may have to close by May 31st. Is that accurate?
It is. Well, we're living off our reserves right now. And so the commitment I've made to, our communities and to our staff is that we'll stay whole through, May 31st. By then, the state will probably be through their legislative session. We'll know, is more money coming our way? And then we'll learn fairly soon, I think, from the federal government if dollars are coming. And then as I've been describing this for a year or so is, we've got to see light at the end of the tunnel. And that light is additional funding. If it doesn't come, then, we just can't keep spending reserves and spend everything down to, nothing and then put the whole organization at risk. So, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your willingness to do something, and I'd also maybe ask that maybe at our next meeting, we could do a resolution of support and encouragement from the entire board to our federal and state representatives to address this problem, because it's a major problem, not just for Salud, but for clinics across and hospitals across the whole state.
Yeah, it is.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and the community behavioral health centers are still in the same boat. There's so many of the safety net rely on those Medicaid dollars, and it's really hurt us. And I know Doug Frisbee is here, and he's with the Estes Park Foundation. And if it's okay, he wanted to just give you a little bit more information about the fundraising campaign, if that's.
Yeah, that's okay. I think we understand the dire nature. But if there's something that changes the course, I would take the due urgency that we're hearing from you and from the article as sufficient to do whatever actions we can or words we can in support. I'll leave that to Mr. Frisbee if he has some additional commentary.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for having Salud, and I'll try to be brief. What John didn't say is that we are the only community that is being asked to raise the money. Now, that's not a negative, but that's the only way we can save our clinic. Too few staff to cut. And the $1 million is really the deficit that this clinic's run, and is a deficit, not $1 million, but the clinic for 33 years has always run a deficit. And Salud has always absorbed that loss. They haven't threatened to close the clinic over 33 years. The larger clinics just absorb the deficit, but that can't happen anymore, because they're going to be cutting staff and lowering revenues, et cetera, et cetera. So we're at a point where we either raise the money or we shut down. And we're the $1 million. Somebody said, this $1 million you got, that's a nice round number. And I said, well, the only thing that's true on that is that it's not. It's the only thing that's nice is the roundness of the number. The $1 million is not nice. So it's a challenge, but 19 years ago, the foundation with the community raised over $1.5 million to build the clinic on Dry Gulch. So it can be done. And so what we are doing is Salud has assigned their vice president for development and her staff to work with the foundation. We meet every week laying out what steps we're going to go through. And to date, we have 2 major donations, one of $50,000, one of $100,000, and they're matching. So that's certainly a big start. But we're close to, I would say, 225,000 at this stage. Still a long way to go, but we're out talking to people, asking people, and we're just beginning that process. So we have a ways to go, but I think, again, if the Salud is going to continue to provide health care to the backbone of our workforce, then we're going to have to see this thing through. And we think we can do it with your help and all the community's help, and for people who've already contributed, thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you. Message heard. And good luck with the campaign. We'll move forward with the agenda. We have,
Mayor, before we leave that item, Trustee Lancaster expressed interest in a resolution of support. Would the board like us to prepare that for the next meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
the next item is a liquor item to shift gears. Resolution 0225, transfer of a hotel and restaurant liquor license from Black Canyon Catering, DBA Delaterra Mountain Chateau, to Z Golf Food and Beverage Services, DBA Delaterra Mountain Chateau, 3501 Fall River Drive, Estes Park, Colorado. And Town Clerk Williamson, I think you own this topic. Is there any remarks you need to make?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just for the current board's understanding of this property, because the following item is also at this property, and it may be a little confusing to some of the new members as to why we have two separate licenses. So I kind of want to just explain the history here just a bit before we get into the liquor licenses themselves. This property was developed as a wedding facility. Attached to it is a boutique hotel, which I would, refer to as like bridal suites. So the original owners, builders and owners of this property had kind of two main ideas for the property. The one side of the property being the reception area where they would hold weddings and wedding receptions, where that catering would be brought into the property. And therefore, there weren't any hotel, or there wasn't a restaurant, so they couldn't apply for a hotel and restaurant liquor license for that portion of the property. They didn't qualify because they have to have 25% of their receipts from food, and there was no way for them to meet that minimum amount. The other side of the hotel, which is this very first liquor license that we're going to be talking about tonight, is the Chateau side, which is the more boutique hotel side of it, with the bridal suites, has a small kitchen where they provide food and beverage service to their guests that are staying in the rooms there. That did qualify for a hotel and restaurant liquor license. So this property is pretty much separated by some doors and walls that keep the two liquor licenses separate, and why you see two separate liquor licenses being presented to you tonight. So I did want to give you kind of that history. For some of our new board members may not understand, why do we have two separate licenses on the same property? It really comes down to the liquor law and the requirements of the liquor law. So this very first one, again, is the Chateau itself. It's the hotel portion. So it is an H&R liquor license that is being requested to be transferred. The town did receive this liquor license application and have it approved as complete on December 2nd, 2024. We did receive all the necessary paperwork and licensing fees for this liquor license, and the applicant applied as an LLC. I am not sure, but I believe that the current manager of the, that will be a manager at this property, is TIPS training, so hopefully we can get clarification on that tonight, because I have it listed as pending still on my procedures that are in front of you tonight. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant's representatives that are here tonight and can provide any other information.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Sandberg. Excuse me. I'm an attorney with Dill, Carr, Stonebreaker, and Hutchings. My attorney registration number is 42507. I represent the applicant. Present with me is the general manager. This is Taylor Wright. She's the representative for the applicant as well. With Mr. Mayor and the trustees' permission, we have prepared a short presentation to give you a little bit of information on who we are, what we're doing, what we're hoping to do, and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much. And I know there are two separate resolutions because, as Ms. Williamson did mention, two separate licenses but same property. We're happy to give a presentation that covers both of those licenses just for efficiency. I know it's late. Okay, thank you very much. So, Ms. Wright, come on up. Ms. Wright, if you can please introduce yourself to the board and first state your full name and spell your last name just for the record.
Yeah, my name is Taylor Wright, last name W-R-I-G-H-T.
And Ms. Wright, how are you associated with the applicant?
Yeah, I'm the general manager of the location.
Okay. And how long have you worked for this company?
I have worked for 6 years on Sunday.
Okay. And what are the different roles that you've had with the company in 6 years?
Yeah, so I started as one of the coordinators, sales people on the site. So I used to coordinate the weddings, sell the weddings. I moved into a regional sales trainer role where I would go around from our different locations in Colorado and train new employees. And then I became the general manager at the location that I worked at in Boulder about 2.5 years ago. And then just moved up here to this location on December 2nd.
Okay. And you are now a resident of Estes Park with your family, is that right?
Yes, yep. So born and raised Coloradoan, grew up in Louisville. And then we just moved up here the first week of November. So me, my husband, and my 2 little girls are excited to be living in our mountain town.
And hold that thought for just a second. We have to formally open the public hearing, which we actually did not do. And yet those thoughts we will all represent forward. But this public hearing is on this application, as mentioned, and defined by the town clerk for both De La Terra Mountain Chateau, and we're also going to hear about Wedgwood services. The town clerk did provide the information already. I won't ask you to repeat that. That is in the record and will be in the minutes. And at this point, I declare the public hearing open. And everything that you said now moves forward in time to right now continue.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So talk a little bit more about your background in the hospitality industry. I know you said about 6 years. That background does include running different locations that have liquor licenses. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And have you ever had a location that had a liquor license violation under your watch?
I have not.
Okay. And now Wedgwood has other locations in the state and around the country. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Tell the board a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so there's roughly around 85 locations around the country. We've got 11 here in Colorado and just growing like crazy. Wedgwood is really a company that wants to make it easy for couples to get married, and wedding planning doesn't have to be super stressful. So something I've really enjoyed working with the company is, couples come to us and they're like, wow, that's crazy. We can actually enjoy wedding planning and not have to be so stressed. So a really all-inclusive company. We provide not only catering and alcohol services, but we can include things in their package like DJ, floral, bakery, all of that kind of stuff to kind of be a one-stop easy shop. And kind of my last 6 years realized that that is what couples are most of the time looking for, and super excited to have the opportunity to enjoy their planning process.
Perfect. And this location, as the town clerk mentioned, it was already operating as a similar type of venue for years. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And all we're trying to do here simply is transfer those liquor licenses over to the new operators, right?
Yes.
And how long and there is a temporary permit that you've been operating under, correct? Or
Yes.
temporary permits?
Yes.
And how long have you been operating at these locations?
This location here since December 2nd.
Okay. And you have been the general manager for that entire time, is that correct?
Yes.
And when there was a changeover from the prior owners to the new owner, what happened with the staff?
We offered every single person a job. I would say almost every single person stayed. It's, it is seasonal work, so we're in that end of season time. So a couple people did leave, but for the most part, I'd say at least 90 to 95% of the staff is all still with us.
And is a large number of the staff Estes Park residents?
Yeah, I'd say almost maybe like 3/4 live in Estes.
Okay. And approximately how many weddings are you anticipating having in 2025 at this location?
Probably around 215.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
lot.
all right. And so you've talked a little bit about the concept that it's trying to make it easy for couples, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. What else makes Wedgwood kind of unique in this industry?
I think something that I personally have loved about working with Wedgwood is they care a lot about growth from within. I mean, I've been through multiple positions. I've helped foster other people go through multiple positions, and it's something that they care a lot about, and they care a lot about their people. It's something that not only do they care about the clients, they care about their people. I mean, have fun is one of our core values, and it's, with your team, with your clients, with everybody. They care a lot about making sure that, it's happy for everybody. And I think it's really cool to work for a company that's helped me grow so much. And even this opportunity was huge when they presented, coming up here. I worked at a location in Boulder, and so this location has always been one of our competitors. So I was super excited to have this opportunity to come up to this location and just kind of more further growth.
And there's been a lot of attention that's put on this location almost as kind of the gem of the company. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. We did. I mean, just from this last week, we did more tours than anybody else in our 85 locations. So it's definitely a big property, and we're super excited to be here.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the layout. And I believe, Mr. Mayor and the trustees, you all have copies of the layout. If not, we've got some copies as well. Thank you. And Ms. Wright, if you want to take a look at the layouts here, we are keeping the same layout as is currently licensed if this is transferred over. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And why don't you just give a very brief rundown on there are 3 levels. Just give the authority a little bit of a rundown of each level so they can understand what's licensed with the hotel and restaurant and what would be the entertainment license.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like you were saying, the venue is kind of cut in half by doors and walls and signage. So on the first half, the main front entrance, you walk through the chateau side, there's a front desk, and you can kind of go up 2 different directions. You're already on the ground floor right there. You can stay on that ground floor to go to the very ground floor has rooms. That's the main room right there. And there's a groom suite and a bridal suite on that first floor. Then going up the second floor, more rooms, third floor, more rooms. So that whole side of the chateau has 3 floors. And then if you go through onto the second floor, that's when you'll get to the reception space. You come up to our little breakfast nook area, and then down another floor to the actual reception space area. So the ground floor, and there's kind of balconies up on the second floor that are all on the reception side space. Then that reception side space opens up to deck area that we use for much more summertime activities, and then goes down to our ceremony site outdoors.
And there is appropriate signage delineating what's the hotel and restaurant and what's the entertainment license, so alcohol does not cross paths. Is that correct?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, and we have separate alcohol storage for each license. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you describe where alcohol is stored and how that storage is maintained?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the chateau side, there is a closet up on the 3rd floor that's locked. Only me and 2 other managers have the keys to those closets, so that's just any alcohol served on the chateau side. And then for the reception side on the ground floor where the actual main reception space is and where the bar is, there's another closet that has a larger space, since that's more of our alcohol is at a reception side, that once again only keys for me and a couple of the other managers have.
And anytime alcohol is sold, will either you or another manager be present at the facilities?
Yep.
Okay. And talk a little bit about the staff. Approximately how many employees do we have?
Yeah, right now I have 32 employees.
And approximately how many do you anticipate are going to be involved in the sale and service of alcohol?
Roughly currently about 6 employees.
Okay. And you heard the town clerk talk about the TIPS or state certified alcohol training. Give the authority some information on what you're doing to procure that training.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've reached out to Liquor Pro to get a TIP certified training scheduled for all of our team. They'll come up to the venue and can kind of get everybody who is involved in any liquor sales all certified at the same time. And then making sure that goes through for everybody. And then as far as any other, rules and regulations that we have regarding any kind of alcohol service, we check every single ID for every single drink, 1 drink, 1 ID. We don't accept any vertical licenses. We also anticipate a lot of destination weddings, so a lot of IDs that are not Colorado weddings. So we'll have a book that kind of lays out, if you're from Alabama, this is what an Alabama license should look like. So all of that training provided for anyone who's going to be serving alcohol.
And then for the authorities' information, Liquor Pros is a state certified responsible vendor that's able to provide training to liquor licensees. That is something that's accepted by the state of Colorado as certified training. And we will provide copies of the certificates to Ms. Williamson as well. Now, you mentioned the vertical IDs. Those are Colorado vertical IDs that indicate someone's under the age of 21. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
So to make it easy on staff, we are just not accepting those, correct?
Correct, yep.
Okay. You mentioned that we're going to be getting ID books where one drink per ID. What are some of the additional steps that we're taking for our alcohol policies and procedures? Talk a little bit about written policies and staff reminders that you're going to have.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a zero tolerance policy. So anyone who is caught serving a minor or drinking on the job, zero tolerance for that. A lot of training that goes through for anyone who is new. You know, they work at least 5 weddings with someone who's already a seasoned bartender. We have liquor pour spouts on every single bottle to avoid anyone getting overserved and making sure that we are able to monitor that.
Okay. And what are going to be the hours of operation specific to the sale and service of alcohol?
Yeah, so anyone who is getting ready at the chateau, they have access at 9 a.m. And events end at 11 p.m.
And then we do have the required food requirements anytime we're selling and serving alcohol. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else that you think is important for the trustees to know or the board about what we're doing and why we're coming here?
No, I mean, like I said, we're super excited. This location's always been a really cool location. I mean, growing up in Colorado and coming up to Estes, we've known at this location, so super excited to have the opportunity and not only at this amazing location, but provide the really cool packages that Wedgwood offers for clients. So super excited to just have this, option for guests to get married at.
And I have no further questions for Ms. Wright, but we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Let me first check with the town clerk. I know she gave a litany of items, but has the town received all necessary fees and hearing costs on item 1?
We have, Mayor, yeah, those are the items that I went through.
You did go through all of those items? Okay, we'll consider those covered for this first item of the 2. Thanks for doing the presentation for both items. Does anyone on the board have questions to the applicant?
Can't imagine any questions.
In that case, I'm going to declare this first public hearing closed, and I would ask for a motion.
I move that resolution 02-25 be approved to transfer a hotel and restaurant license. Yeah, I'm on the right one. Hotel and restaurant license held by Black Canyon Catering Inc., DBA De La Terra Mountain Chateau, to Z Golf Food and Beverage Services, LLC, DBA De La Terra Mountain Chateau, located at 3501 Fall River Road, Estes Park, Colorado.
I'll second that.
We can vote. And it passes unanimously. We will now move on to item 2. You've already given the presentation, but I have to open the public hearing on this one. This is for 0325, and that's transfer of a lodging and entertainment liquor license from Black Canyon Catering, DBA De La Terra Events, to Z Golf and Beverage Services, DBA De La Terra by Wedgwood Weddings, so the other piece. But thank you for going through the combined presentation on the both. Town Clerk, can you give me the rundown on application 2?
Yes, and one other unique factor to this application is that as I stated here, this is currently a lodging and entertainment liquor license. The state decided to separate those two, and now it is either a lodging or an entertainment license. So this lodging and entertainment license will convert to an entertainment license only as it moves forward per the state liquor code. So I wanted to also bring that up to your attention as things rapidly change with the state when it comes to liquor licensing these days. This application was also filed with the town and found complete on December 2nd, 2024. We did receive all the necessary fees and paperwork for this application. And again, the applicant is an LLC. And per our earlier conversation, it sounds like TIPS training is pending and will be completed per the requirements of the town board. I think the only other thing I would like to note that was brought up by the applicant that I did fail to mention earlier is that both of these liquor licenses are currently operating with a temporary liquor license so that they can continue to operate as they go through the transfer application process. And other than that, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Board of Trustees, questions?
Does the
Comments?
change, and Jackie, maybe you can answer this, does the change from lodging and entertainment to just entertainment preclude the applicant from providing alcohol to lodging guests? Or what's that mean?
Yes, that this license is only for the reception area. So it would not allow them to cross alcohol over into the H&R, the hotel side of it. That's why it's really important, as you heard from the applicant, that there's that clear delineation and separation, and also separation of the liquor inventory and all of the sales.
All right, that makes a better
That's
sense now.
required by the liquor code for these two different licenses to be on the same premise.
So no liquor sales to people as they're staying there as guests?
So it's based on what the license premises is. So the
Gotcha.
license premises, the sale and service has to happen on the entertainment side. It is odd, the state did switch it from, we called it an E&L or entertainment or lodging entertainment, L&E, that you now had to select which one. So the way that that's occurring is simply during renewal time, the applicant or the licensee, will receive a form that says, are you selecting entertainment or are you selecting lodging? These are the requirements. So it's a simple check the box on the license at renewal. So we are still able to transfer the license. We just had to delineate which one we are going to be moving forward. But the sale and service has to happen on the license premises. So someone could be staying on the lodging, but if you're drinking on the entertainment side, the alcohol is staying on the entertainment side. That's where you order, that's where you consume it.
Okay. Is there ever a time that facility is run just as lodging without an event going on? So is there ever an occasion that there would be lodging that wanted alcohol and then it was not available? Am I understanding that correctly?
Again, it'll just be where the licensed premises is. So if someone on the H&R, the hotel and restaurant side, wants alcohol, they can be served on that side, correct? You can't be, I'm staying on the hotel and restaurant side, but I want to go into the entertainment side and I want to consume there. You can, but that's under a separate license.
That would be a wedding crasher.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. But we'll ID the wedding crasher, though.
Other questions or comments? Based on that, I will declare the public hearing closed and take a motion.
I will move to approve resolution 03-25, transfer of lodging and entertainment liquor license from Black Canyon Catering, Inc., doing business Delaterra Events, to Z Golf and Beverage Services, LLC, doing business as Delaterra, by Wedgwood Weddings, 3501 Fall River Road, Estes Park, Colorado, 80517.
Second.
And we can vote. Well, you seem like you enjoy this business, so congratulations, you get to do it. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to thank the town so much for making us feel so welcome and excited, and we're excited to be part of the community. Do want to thank Ms. Williamson for all of her help. She was actually able to get us temporary permit so a wedding could go off without a hitch. So I'm sure that couple is also very thankful, and, and the guest especially.
She's the engine.
I will thank my deputy town clerk because I was out of town.
Well, we appreciate your staff. You have all been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We will move forward to our other action items. Resolution 0425, professional services contract with Design Workshop, Inc. for an update to the Estes Park Development Code. Director Caressia.
Good evening, Mayor, Trustees. Tonight's item, a contract for you for update to the Development Code. A Development Code, it's been in existence since the year 2000. So a comprehensive update. There are several advantages to having that update. Staff issued an RFP July 31st of last year. Proposals were received towards the end of August. Staff spent the next several months then evaluating the proposals, interviewing candidates, and then negotiating a contract with the selected firm. And with that, staff did select Design Workshop to help us with the update effort, as their proposal best met the scope of services that we were looking for. Should the board approve the contract tonight, we are looking to kick off the project early next month, with work taking us through all of this year and probably most of next year. With that, Mr. Mayor, that concludes my part of the presentation. Staff's available for questions. We also have Eric Krongold with Design Workshop here. He's the project manager for the firm. He'll be leading the consultant's efforts to help us with this update.
I'll first ask if there is any public comment. Any member of the public request to speak on this item? Seeing none, trustees, questions, comments?
I think I have one. I'm just trying to find my spot in the contract itself. Scrolling. And Steve, you had just mentioned that you expect work will most likely go through December 31st, 2026, which I think I had seen in the contract. My question is, I really hope it's done by then too. And I noticed that we are budgeting up to $300,000 for this agreement. What happens if it's not done by then? Do we re-enter negotiations? And I guess I'm really hoping that it doesn't go beyond that. But when I saw that definitive date, I'm curious about what happens if we're 90% of the way there and we hit December 31st, 2026, and we need a little more time, or whatever the case may be. How do we proceed?
Mayor, trustees, in the past, usually if we know we're not going to meet the deadline, we usually know we're not going to meet it. So we would take the appropriate procurement steps, change orders to make sure we make that happen. 2 years, I believe we were conservative. Design Workshop, good firm. That's why we selected them. We should be on target, but we do have the money budgeted for the $300,000 for right now. So we believe that should cover, we should be good with that. So I do not anticipate.
Oh, thank you, Director Correction. So this is the flip side of the coin, Trustee Hazelton, is that they're required to timely perform their services under the contract. If they don't do that, they're technically in breach of the contract, and we would have recourse for that. It depends on the situation. That's not a particular concern with this contract. That's something we have in there for every contract, but it's not that we necessarily have to extend until it's done, and we have no other way around it. That's just a choice we make based on the particular contract and how things have proceeded.
Okay, thanks. It's not a concern, it's just more of a, this is such a big project, it was more of a curiosity, I guess. But I did want to say that I really appreciated the inclusion of the response, the proposal. It was such a pleasure to go through, geeked out, nerded out over that, and send it to several people who I know really want to be really involved in this development code rewrite. And it's very exciting to think we're finally kind of hitting the gas on this, and it was a great proposal. So I'm really looking forward to it.
So I have a question for the Design Workshop in particular. Would you describe for the public here the public engagement process that you will go through as you advise us on the development code?
Yeah, certainly. First, just to introduce myself again, Eric Krongold. I'm a senior associate with Design Workshop. Been with the firm about 5 years now, and I'm based in our Denver studio. So every public's different, and every community's different, and we really take a custom approach to developing a community engagement strategy that fits your community. And that'll be one of our first tasks when we have the kickoff meeting with the town, with relevant stakeholders and other folks who are going to be involved in the process, is developing a very tailored community engagement plan that we feel like is going to reach all of the members of your community and provide a variety of different tools and methods for them to get engaged with the process. So we do everything from surveys to public open houses, small focus groups with targeted individuals. We'll work with community partners to maybe reach more challenging to reach individuals in your community. But over the course of this process, we really work hard, and we have a very successful track record of, we feel like, engaging really all members of a community, getting everyone's fingerprints on this plan, navigating challenging discussions around competing interests and ideas and thoughts of what a community could be, and how the land use code can ultimately be that tool to bring a community's vision to life. So it's a roundabout way of answering your question, but we will be, through a variety of open houses, surveys, and other different methods, working to engage folks within this community.
Other questions or comments?
I just too want to kudos. It was a great presentation. It was very enjoyable, engaging, and I look forward to seeing what the workshop can do for us here in Estes Park.
No, thank you, and we're so excited. I mean, just even being here tonight and seeing the engagement of your community is wonderful, and we're excited to work with you all on this exciting effort.
At this point, I would entertain a motion.
I move for the approval of Resolution 04-25.
Second.
And a vote? Director Caressia, make it happen. Okay. We're all on board. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Item 2 on our action items, Resolution 05-25, 60 funding expenditure to Boys and Girls Club of Larimer County and Estes Park, Housing and Child Care Manager Bangs.
Hello, Mayor, Trustees.
Happy New Year, incidentally, since I forgot
I know
to
you
say
missed
it.
me, had a little break. This evening, we are going to look at 2 funding applications for out-of-school funding. So to kind of kick us off, I'm going to just give a quick introduction and summary of where we're at, and then look at both of the applications. Both applicants are here with their own presentation and able to answer your questions. So to define out-of-school programming in our needs assessment and in our funding plan, we describe out-of-school programming as school-age care that's consistent, regular, ongoing care that aligns with working parents' schedules, regardless of a program's license status. So we're not necessarily looking at specific licensed programs or enrichment programs or anything like that, but we do filter all of these applications through this definition of out-of-school programming. One of our goals for the last few years has been to expand capacity of out-of-school programming, increasing the number of available programs, enhancing resources, and supporting the workforce and qualified staff. The objective to provide more opportunities for youth, particularly in underserved communities within Estes Valley, to engage in constructive educational, recreational, and skill-building activities outside of regular school hours. So in looking at our funding plan and the child care strategic plan, what is town's role in addressing this issue for our community? We have identified objectives and goals around providing funding to support these out-of-school programs, really focused on looking at our existing providers and expanding the programming and capacity within those. Another objective could have been to try to recruit another organization or another company to provide out-of-school programming, but in working through our stakeholder outreach and creating our funding plan, we did find that there was opportunity to increase capacity with the organizations that are already in our community. So really we're looking at providing funding toward programs that serve children between the ages of 5 and 13. And again, that's after school, school days out, or like community or teacher planning days, as well as during those summer months. The targets that we established were based on the Child Care Needs Assessment, which was now 2023 data. And then within the needs assessment, they provided 2027 goals as well as 2030 goals. Again, when we went through our annual funding plan, we worked with our out-of-school stakeholders, including the Boys and Girls Club of Larimer County, Estes Park School District, and the Estes Valley Park and Rec District. We're all involved in that stakeholder outreach and helped contribute to these 2025 targets. So while some of them might feel lofty, again, looking at, for example, summer programming going up from 163 to 225 spots, that was something that we all discussed together and talked about what resources were available and came to those targets collaboratively. Again, last meeting you saw me, we did look at the application from the Recreation and Parks District, which expanded some of that care for this school year. So our current budget, like I said, I mentioned at the last meeting, these out-of-school funding applications were deferred at the end of the last year because we had the large expenditure with the facility purchase. So we are looking at these applications. For example, the Boys and Girls Club application is actually for the 24-25 school year. So some of these are a little later, but we are looking at a very healthy budget. We currently have around over $600,000 in funds carried over from last year. And looking at our cash flow for 2025, we have the repayment of that facility purchase to the general fund within this next year. And then we're also looking at standing up grant cycles and more of a framework, so you don't have to see me every meeting, but rather you are approving, grant cycles or frameworks for specific outcomes like out-of-school programming, and then those funds would be distributed under those parameters. That'll be done through edits and changes in Policy 225, Child Care Funding Guidelines, and we'll bring those edits to this board for approval. That being said, with the cash flow through 2025, keeps us really healthy, and it doesn't ever dip below the $300,000 as it's projected and proposed right now. Again, these funds are dependent on lodging, and if something catastrophic would happen, we do want to make sure we have a healthy reserve. We don't want to get down to zero and have to pull back on some of the programs we're offering to our providers. So sometimes I get why don't you spend more? And that is one of our objectives, is to have a pretty healthy kind of buffer in there to make sure we're not dipping too low. So that being said, the funds that would be distributed with these two requests tonight would come out of kind of last year's program, or last year's budget per se, while we also are anticipating additional requests for this year through these other grant cycles. The YMCA of the Rockies is likely going to be requesting funds again for their summer inclusion program. Boys and Girls Club of Larimer County has summer programming, as well as 25-26 school year that they'd be requesting for, and then again the Estes Valley Recreation and Park District. So again, through Policy 225, we'll be able to outline and kind of guide some of those conversations, whether it be year-over-year base funding, some of those conversations that I think we need to have. Proposed in 2025 is an additional $100,000 in allocation for out-of-school programs. So to kick off that first resolution, 525, presented the application from the Boys and Girls Club of Larimer County, who is seeking $80,000 for their out-of-school programming, again for the school year after-school programs. And the applicant is here, Allison. She drives up from the valley, so I'm very appreciative that she's been able to stick it through the long meeting. There you go.
Okay. Do I just advance with this? Yep. Okay. Hi. Thanks so much for having me here this evening, and thanks so much for your past support of Boys and Girls Clubs in Larimer County in the Estes Park community. My name is Allison Hines, and I serve as the CEO of the organization. Just wanted to provide a little bit of background information on our previous funding from you all, what that supported, what this request will support, and some of the growth that we've seen as a result of the 6E funds. So these are all photos from our Estes Park Club. We just had our year-end fundraising campaign, as many organizations do, and the theme was, "Oh, the mountains you'll move," and so all of our photos came from our Estes Park community, so it was kind of fun. So our mission is to enable all young people, especially those who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. So as Carly mentioned, we have after-school programming during the school year, and then summer programming, which is also longer, has longer days, more staffing, more children. This particular application for both 23-24 and 24-25 is school year only. So it's October through May, so it doesn't include our summer programming. So I just will have a slide on that, but I just want to make sure to clarify that as you are looking at budgets and the funding, so that we know kind of what we're talking about and comparing apples to apples. So your funding did allow us to increase our capacity and enrollment. So you can see both in after school and summer, we were able to increase capacity and enrollment. The summer has kind of leveled, but we will anticipate seeing that increase over this next summer. Again, your funding is only for school year and not for summer. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. Our programming includes academics, reading, STEM, math tutoring, healthy lifestyles, so that's sports, athletics, technology, internet safety, coding, visual and performing arts, social emotional. I know you talked about Larimer County and the behavioral health support. We are a grant recipient of those. We have a behavioral health team on site led by a licensed clinical social worker. We also have 2 MSW, Masters of Social Workers, and 2 social emotional learning coordinators. Those circulate throughout our 9 county clubs, including the Estes Park Club. They're able to provide one-on-one counseling support, group learning sessions, family resources, and also group social emotional learning. So a really important thing that we provide to all of our clubs, including Estes Park, and the funding from the county is a big portion of that. And then we also have our Youth of the Year competition, which is our leadership programming. So this is Samantha, and Samantha was from the Estes Park Club in 2023. She was our county-wide Junior Youth of the Year, so that was kind of exciting. We also have our club level Youth of the Year coming up in Estes Park next Friday, the 24th at 3:30. So if any of you are free and available and would like to be a guest judge, please come join us at the Estes Park Club in the Estes Park Elementary School. So this was a quote from Samantha: "I consider Boys and Girls Club as my family, and they consider me as their family too. One of my challenges at Boys and Girls Club was to learn English, and Boys and Girls Club staff really helped me. Now I even help people that speak Spanish and translate what the other person is saying in English." So we know we're providing really valuable services to youth and families in the community. Our 2024 highlights, based on some of the funding that you provided: we increased Estes Park Club staff wages for competitive recruitment. As you know, that can be a challenging thing for this community, 15% higher than our front range position. So that allows us to help for those that are commuting and those that are living in the community with high cost of living. Retention of Estes Park Club leadership. Our area director, club director, and program lead have all been with the program for over 2 years now. As you know, with youth development, that mentorship and relationship piece is very critical to successful programming, and so we want our staff to stay because we want those relationships to solidify. We've been able to expand our summer hours. We've been able to expand program care to include some school out days, which is something that's been in high demand as well. Our average daily attendance is up 50% from 2023, so we are a drop-in care facility. We have that program model really because it helps us to keep the program accessible. For a lot of our lower income families, they just can't plan that far ahead, or they don't have a schedule that allows them to just pick Tuesdays and Thursdays. And so we want to be sure that we're open and accessible whenever they need us. So if they're registered, it doesn't mean they're coming every day, but it does mean that they have the opportunity to come whenever they need us, and that's very important for the audience that we serve. We also expanded our academic support through our COAP grant. That's Colorado Academic Accelerator Program. That's a partnership with the Estes Park School District, and that's specific for STEM and math tutoring. So the school district was the applicant and recipient of the grant. They then passed that on to us, and we're actually working with them to implement the program. So I think that really speaks to the relationship that we have with the school district and the value add that we're providing them through our staff to be able to continue this tutoring after school hours. So the program revenue sources was a question. Our budget for, again, October to May, so this is not including our summer months in September, is about $135,000. The Colorado Academic Accelerator Program grant that I just mentioned is about 30% of that. Again, Estes Park School District is the grantee. We receive those dollars from them. And it's also, it covers an expansion of services. So this is a supplement, not supplant type of grant. So we had to increase staff in order to execute on this program and the expectations from the State Department of Education. The town of Estes Park is about 59% of that for those months. And then our general operating funds are about 11%. At the bottom here, I wanted to just illustrate our total annual operating costs are about $250,000. So that includes summer programming. Again, that's, full day programming. We're not talking about 2 to 3 hours after school each day. We're talking about a full 10-hour program day every day of the week during that time. So increased staff, increased hours, et cetera. Also includes our behavioral health team, their dedicated staff time in Estes Park, and our area director leadership support. So if you're looking at the full year's budget, you all come in around 30%, not 60%. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. And then our Estes Park Club impact, this is Oscar. You can kind of read what he has to say about his time in the Estes Park Club, but he was our Youth of the Year from the Estes Park Club this last year. So hopefully he'll be participating in the Youth of the Year competition next week, but he was 9 years old when he gave this speech last February. So he's probably 10 now or close to 10. And been coming to us for several years. And he has a fun experience because his parents have to work later than 3 o'clock, as most of us do. Some of us at 9:15. So I've made friends over the years like Haven, Sam, Hannah, and others. BGC has been a great place to go. I get the opportunity to do things that I can't really do anywhere else, like making slime or food, The food is great. Probably the slime is good too. I've even taken food home to share with my family. I've also been supported through emotional times, like when something happens when I'm sad, angry, or just feeling emotions I can't control. During those times, the staff are there for me and other people. BGC is a great place. And I think that speaks to, again, the social emotional support that we're able to provide our kids through our behavioral health team. All of our families have gradually, over the last 3 years, the number of families that say that that is the most important program we offer has gone up about 30% in the last 3 years. So we know that the youth find it valuable, and the families really do too. So I think that's it for me. That's my contact information. If anyone does want to join us next week for Youth of the Year, we would love to have you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think we can open to questions, comments from the board.
I just have one more thing I wanted to
Oh,
pop
okay.
in.
I wondered. You seem to be moving in that direction.
This is just a reminder of specifically our school year capacity and enrollment, and then our targets for after school. And so we're really seeing with the rec district and what they're offering, again, those younger kids that Boys and Girls Club aren't able to serve in after school programs. And then again, some of that increase in capacity and enrollment.
I can't stress, again, the partnership with Ruby Bodie and the Estes Park School District is invaluable for us. They've really opened up additional space for us in the school, which allows us to expand our capacity. So we just wouldn't be able to do that without their support and partnership.
Yep.
Questions or comments? Kiddos are the future. Trustee Brown.
Oh, I just have a way the funding is working on this. Caught my attention that it was something that was going to be funded, needed to be funded last year, but there was a building purchase, and so these issues were not raised until this year. So we're moving things around we're retroactively funding some of this, and that concerns me that we're shuffling funds around, it feels like. And so I would like you to address that, because we talked about this last time we spoke, and it was a different organization that needed funding retroactively. That building was a big purchase. It was a smart move, but it did eat up some funding, and perhaps we can't spend as much after we make other decisions halfway along the way. That's how it feels, right? I'm simple budgeting in a business. So please address for me and anyone else that's interested how that's going to work out into the future as we have the same or more expenses this year, but we're funding things retroactively.
I think what's different about this funding stream is that it's allocated directly to this. And so, you know, the revenue that we received last year rolls right over into this. It's not, you know, how much do we carry over into 2025? Whatever revenue came in through 12% of that was allocated toward this fund. So we didn't necessarily miss out by pushing this application into this year. As far as Boys and Girls Club or the applicants and their timeline of their budget approval, there's communication about, you know, why we're pushing it and how that looks for them in receiving those funds. But then again, in moving forward, really policy 225 and the funding application as it's been has been reactive in that people apply for money, for funds. We have certain outcomes that we want to see, and if they meet that, then it's up to you guys on whether or not to approve that. And so I think being able to stand up some framework and some, you know, grant cycles, application windows with certain outcomes and objectives will help us in being able to kind of compare applications for similar objectives and be able to kind of look at that and prioritize, rather than, like you said, if the last 2 years, if we got an application in January, we could get 3 more applications for similar programming throughout the rest of the year. And I don't have a crystal ball to know what the needs of organizations are going to be. I think at this point in our planning, we have seen trends that have allowed us to be able to stand up some of these programs and frameworks with specific application windows.
So I understand your comment that you don't have a crystal ball. I hear you. And people that say, why don't you spend more money? And you say we rolled over, how much did we carry over? $600,000. What a lovely problem to have. What do you do with all this money? Well, we budget it and we have to plan for it. And I can't really even keep track of how much we've spent so far on this, because I don't have those numbers on my little sheet here. And I don't know what we're planning to spend in 2025. But I know that we hear a request just about every time we get together. And I think that we need to define that, because it really feels like money just goes and goes and goes. But please enlighten me if I'm missing it, but what is that budget? What is that, what's our goal? I see some numbers that are flexible each time we look at the numbers, and I just need more boundaries to be able to make these decisions, because I don't usually fund things retroactively.
Sure. And the funding plan definitely outlines, you know, our key objectives, and then it does have a proposed kind of guideline program budget for how much we want to spend on capital and facilities, how much we anticipate spending on tuition assistance, things like that. We do want the 6C, it's my understanding that we do want a level of flexibility and an ability to be reactive in the case of being able to purchase a facility like we were. of the rollover, we anticipate, again, paying back $400,000 to the general fund, and then, again, have some earmarked or allocated program funds for those specific allocations, like the out-of-school programming. I think we had $100,000, tuition assistance, $200,000, capital and facility, another $200,000. And that's all within the 2025 funding plan.
Trustee
Okay.
Eigel, well, one more bit of information that I'm not sure if this is going to address your concern, but I remember this clearly when we were putting together the second annual funding plan. I don't remember it as clearly for the third annual funding plan, but in the second one, we faced the question of what do we do with leftover money from the first one? And we put it directly into that funding plan for that year, which was approved by the town board, approved by the county, saying that those unspent funds roll directly into the next year's funding plan. So it was all done correctly from that standpoint. Again, I'm not sure if that addresses your specific concern.
And I would also like to add, I don't know that saying that this would be funding retroactively is entirely accurate. We received, and I'd ask Manager Banks to correct me if I'm wrong, we received the application in 2024, but it's for the 2024-2025 school year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So while Boys and Girls Club has been operational since the school year began back in September, this funding is designed to cover the school year that is spread across 2024 and 2025. We would be using 6E funds allocated for this purpose specifically in 2025 from the 2025 budget.
So, Carly, I don't mind seeing you every time, but I am very interested in this funding cycle approach and the change in the policy. So can you kind of outline what you envision that to look like? I know you haven't done it yet, but it would be nice to kind of have them on a regular basis in a, so that particularly if there are multiple applicants for that money, that there might be a competitive process.
Yeah, and I think we'd like to present that to the town board within a study session to get some of that feedback before we bring final edits. The idea would be, for example, out-of-school funding, we would have 2 application windows with distribution in May and distribution, or in August or sometime in the summer, I can't remember, and then another one at the end of the year. So then again, people that are applying for specific funds for a specific purpose know when to apply. And then again, for just all administrative purposes, me being able to, again, I love showing up and talking to y'all every time, but that is a lot of work to prepare and the application and all of that work that goes into these presentations. Also, we wanted to have our child care needs assessment and a lot of data that we gathered from that. We also had an opportunity in the last 2 years to see some of these trends. But we didn't want to stand something up and make assumptions, so we kind of knew that once we got to this point in having these funds that we would be creating these systems and processes.
I do think that's going to help a lot. It does feel like, kind of like I do my budget, like, oh, there's a bill, I'm going to pay it.
Yep.
Which is not the healthiest way to run a business. It's going to feel a lot better when you have that system in place, because right now it does feel like, oh, we need more. Oh,
We're
we need
moving
more.
away from the building the plane while flying analogy that we've had. And again, it was a learning opportunity and we continue to learn. But we are going to start having a more formalized process for a lot of the distribution of these funds.
Okay. The one question I'm going to have, and you can either cover it now or you can cover it after the next one, is I need to see the difference. I mean, it seems to me like when you read them, there's a lot of overlap between the Boys and Girls Club and the school asking for money.
Sure.
So I just want to kind of get that clarified better.
Yep. This one specifically, this $80,000 for Boys and Girls Club is just for the school year. As she mentioned, it's not for summer programming. And then I do think a lot of the questions in regards to the summer programming that the school is offering through Project Launch that would be outlined in that program in their proposal. But if you feel like you need to know that before you can vote on this, we can go through that.
I'm okay. I think that mess this all up with the microphones, I know. I'm okay, I just, when I read through it, like, especially like the first time, I was kind of like, I feel like I'm voting on the same thing. And so I knew that there would probably be same questions on this board. And partly because I was thinking a lot of the school stuff was out of school days. And this is covering out of school days. But if you're telling me that the summer launch is 100% not out of school days, that makes it clear to me, because I don't know why I got the impression that some of the school stuff was also for out of school days.
Project Launch is a 4-week program in June.
Okay,
It'd be
that's
summer
maybe
programming.
where I got my brain mixed up. Okay.
This one's a no-brainer for me. I love, like everything about it, I love the cross organizational partnership, like the fact that the school district is involved, there's multiple funding sources, like this is, and the kind of information, Allison, that you shared is so, like, that's like, I was frantically typing in to be like, these are the things I want to know. 2023 capacity 124, enrollment 110, 2024 capacity of 149, enrollment of 149, like 100%, right? The fact that you're retaining your staff, the fact that you're increasing those wages to make us more competitive over the Front Range, like all of that information, that is so helpful for us to talk about the value of these 6E funds and how they're going to work in our community in these very tangible, like bite-sized ways that are easy for all of us to digest. Great presentation. I'm super excited to vote for this one, and thanks for all the work you do in our community.
I'll echo those thoughts from Trustee Hazelton. I mean, great presentation, great program. But on the bigger picture, and I may be in the minority of this, but you know, you do come back on these all the time, and maybe because you are building the plane. But I got a little bit of feeling we're getting down way more into the weeds than setting policy. And I would rather see come back with a policy that talks about what are our objectives, what are we trying to achieve here, what are the guidelines, what's the framework we want you to work on, and not have to come back for every single grant every week for 2 or 3 things. There is nothing else that the town does that we make them come back for every pipe in the water, for every electrical pole, and justify everything. We set up the general, that's how governance is supposed to work. We set up the general guidelines, where you're supposed to go, what the framework is that you can operate in, and then let you operate within it. And I'd like to see us broaden that bowl a little bit, so you don't have to be here every week for everything you do. And what are the guidelines around those general guidance? Because I think we were just getting, and I know you're building the airplane as we fly it, but this feels like we're just getting too much in the weeds. It's great, it's interesting, and it's exciting, but I'm not sure that's our role as a board to do that.
My hope would be to include that within the funding plan, so that when you're reviewing and approving the funding plan, that you're also approving these frameworks.
Just a couple things. You know, when we started this, we knew we were going to be reactive. I mean, it's new to everybody. As you said, we're building the plane. I think, you know, coming in, we've got some data, we've got some foundation, and we can move forward. And I think that's a great idea. We don't need to be in the weeds this much. To Trustee Eichel's comment, I'm wondering if, when I think of it, it's basically, it's not that we had that 600,000 from last year that rolled over. I think the Boys and Girls Club could have come in October asking for this, and we had those funds. It's not like we didn't have those funds.
Yeah.
And we spent that, you know, we just had things that we were dealing with in the procuring of a great facility. And that's what we had to concentrate on. It's not that we didn't have the funds, so we need you to come back when we have the funds.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to look at here. It's, we had those funds, whether it's, you think you've already spent some of it, it's for that whole year. I'm fine. That's how I'm looking at it. I do want to look forward to hearing more about how you're going to design that, and so you don't have to come to us all the time. And I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
I think the process is relatively new. the source of funding. It's evolving. Your airplane analogy is great. At this point, I would like to take a motion on the resolution.
I'll move to approve Resolution 05-2560 funding expenditure to Boys and Girls Club of Larimer County and Estes Park of $80,000.
Second.
A vote? I can't see the, oh, there you go. Hey, all green. That means green. Good to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And I just want to applaud the town of Estes Park. I mean, this sustained funding that you have created for working families is so important and invaluable. So I just thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of it.
You must be doing a good job because I met Samantha in December and she read the part of Demetrius in a Shakespeare play.
Wow.
So she's speaking very good English. So
That's
there you go.
amazing.
Okay.
Well, I hope she'll be participating in Youth of the Year next week again as well.
Right.
So thank you.
Drive safely.
Thank you.
We'll move to, and Manager Bangs doesn't get to go anywhere, Resolution 625-60 funding expenditure to the Estes Park Elementary School, R3.
Yep. So I invite Erin Miller up. She is the elementary school principal. She is the applicant requesting $55,000 for their out-of-school programming, specifically for summer. And before we really jump into this, I just want to mimic what Allison said. And we're really seeing the needle move, especially on these out-of-school programs funds. So that's really exciting to see. Right, the application that you have in front of you, actually, this is where I kick it over to you. Great. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here again. I'm Erin Miller, and I'm the principal at the elementary school. And I am excited. I was telling you I could talk about this all night because this is something I'm really passionate about, our project launch programming. We began our project launch programming 4 years ago. We applied through Governor Polis's office for the RISE grant. We were awarded that with 5 other districts around the state, and that provided us this opportunity to provide this evidence-based free summer programming for the students in our community. And we were lucky, we were provided the funding from the state for the first 2 years. It was so successful, they renewed it for another 2 years. With ESSER funding going away last year, we now no longer have the funds to do that, and that's why I'm here. So we've been lucky to provide Project Launch for the past 4 years for free for our families who are eligible to attend. It's taught by our certified teachers and our staff at the elementary school and throughout the month of June. And it's meant to be Project Launch, which is providing education, but also fun and recreation. And our goal is to launch our students successfully off into the next school year successfully, while also supporting our families and our community. So, I think, do I just do the arrow on your, sorry. Thanks. So our goal this year with the funding provided by the town would be to increase our capacity and serve over 80 students at our school. We also hope to really increase our eligibility from previous years. With the RISE grant, we had certain eligibility criteria for our children, and we're hoping to really increase that to our criteria in the past were students that were below grade level in reading, students who are English language learners, students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. And we also prioritize enrollment for our 4 to 6 year old students who have the most challenging time during the summer months for families to find care for. Their Boys and Girls Club has lots of spots, but students who are younger than 6 can't attend Boys and Girls Club in the summer, so it's a big need. Last summer, we had 72 students enrolled, and 30% of those students were within the ages of 4 to 6 years old and not eligible for some other providers in town. Another great thing about our program is that we partner with our high school, and we hire 3 to 6 P-Teach high school paid apprentices to come and join us, and they work collaboratively with our teachers and get some real life experience and help support that continuing getting more expertise in the childcare industry and becoming future teachers, hopefully to be teachers within our community later on in their lives. We have many of them in the past 4 years who are now in college, sorry, to be teachers. So it's been very successful. So I also just want to share that one of the things that we really value is the impact, our Project Launch program provides that childcare for our families. Now that we've been doing it for 4 years, we have 72 families who've become reliant on this programming happening every year. But it also has a great impact beyond the childcare component. The students every year we do a pre and a post assessment on their reading growth, and we see demonstrated reading growth each year in our summer program. We also, through our evidence-based model, we have decreased what's called summer slide of our students coming back in the fall and having lower scores in both reading and math. And for all of us, I feel like it's a great opportunity to continue improving. We've seen a pretty dramatic increase in especially our youngest learners at the elementary school in their academic performance and growth, and continuing that as an asset to our community as we continue to improve our school together. The other asset we found is that Project Launches really helps support retaining our staff, as we're able to support some of our staff who, are some of our paraprofessionals who work in our programming who might not have work hours at the school during the summer, able to work and stay at the school, and then they stay with us longer. We measure our success through our enrollment. Every year our enrollment has increased. Last year, as I said, we had 72 students enrolled. We do ask parents for an attendance commitment to commit to at least an 85% attendance rate, which last year we met, and it was very exciting. It continues, our attendance continues to raise each year. And our families love it, and our kids love it, and they love coming to the program and are already begging for when it's going to happen. We see that reading growth that I talked about before on our Dibbles Foundational Reading Scores, and we also do a program satisfaction survey for our staff and our families and our students. This is just a testimonial. We have our teachers come back year after year to work in the program and support it, even though it's their summers off. And so Elizabeth Norland, one of our second grade teachers, said, Project Launch is incredibly beneficial and impactful for our students, our families, and our educators. I've taught during Project Launch for 3 years and have students coming up to me during the year telling me how excited they are to go back to Project Launch. This program gets excited for learning, provides parents with childcare, and gives teachers the opportunity to jumpstart student learning for next year. We're a stronger school and a stronger community because of Project Launch. This is a breakdown of the funding that we are asking for from the $55,000. $51,000 would be dedicated to staff wages.
Yeah. This is just a similar breakdown of our capacity and enrollment. It's worth noting that while the YMCA of the Rockies has a capacity of 300, that is shared with our visitors. And so the enrollment under the YMCA of the Rockies is our local students. So in 2023, they had 93 students enrolled. Again, the YMCA of the Rockies was a recipient of 6E funds for their summer inclusion program in summer of 2024. They saw a huge increase in enrollment, up to 194. Boys and Girls Club have their summer program, and then again seeing that increase in capacity and enrollment with Project Launch. Our 2025 target is 225, so we're definitely crushing that. But I think to answer, Mayor Pro Tem Sinak's inquiry about are these funds going to the same thing? And really, the YMCA of the Rockies, especially when you look at the Project Launch application and prioritizing those younger kids who can't be served at Boys and Girl Club, and consistently the YMCA of the Rockies has a wait list for their younger kids too. They fill up really quickly with locals. So once again, Project Launch is really filling a gap where services aren't offered by our other providers in those summer months. In addition to the experiences that our local students get, I think just having a robust education opportunity for our kids going year after year is great for the entire community. So yeah, there's kind of the breakdown of our goals and how this application supports that. Again, those are our totals there, sorry. And then capacity for 2025 would definitely push us into that next level. Again, $55,000 for is the request to the Estes Park Elementary School.
Questions, comments, or a motion?
I'd like to make, I'm sorry? Oh, I'd like to move for approval of Resolution 60-25, 60 funding expenditure to the Estes Park Elementary School, R3, for $55,000 for Project Launch.
I'll second.
And with that second on the table, is there any public comment on this topic? No public comment, we can take a vote. There you go.
Great. Thank you, guys.
We actually have 2 items left on the agenda, and I have a little bit of concern about the clock, but we will plow forward on our 2 items. I guess I better turn on my loudspeaker here. Resolution 725, professional services contract with the car park for management of the town's public parking facilities. My concern is that our last agenda item, we had people who actually went to the expense of flying in this afternoon to be able to speak about that final topic. I am very committed to being able to complete the agenda tonight, so let's keep going. Manager Klein.
Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. Dana Klein, I serve as your parking and transit manager. Sorry for my fashion accessory this evening. It's pretty nice, though, I know. The item before you is a resolution to contract with the car park for the 2025 parking season. A bit of background, this was an open RFP process in October and November of this year last year that yielded 6 qualified proposals. And then we had a selection committee consisting of representatives from the Visitor Center, Police Department, Public Works, Transportation Advisory Board, and the Chamber of Commerce that reviewed those proposals independently. I then aggregated all of the scoring data, and we had a virtual meeting to discuss the results and next steps. During that discussion, the selection committee reached consensus to move forward with the proposal with the highest score, and that firm was the car park. We also performed a cost comparison of all the proposals. The car park was the second lowest of those cost proposals, and that was below the budgeted item in our 2025 budget that's been approved. So that's what I've got for you from my presentation part. I'm happy to answer questions. I know there's probably a few.
Questions, comments?
So this is an annual contract, so we'll see it again next year?
Well, the way that this contract is set up is that it's a 1-year contract with up to 4 1-year renewals.
Okay,
So
does the board approve the renewals?
The board typically, in the past, I don't think they have approved the renewals, Attorney
board-
Kramer.
The board would be approving these renewals in the future. That could be done as a consent agenda item if the board is comfortable with that.
Okay. The only thing that concerns me about it is that I think I read through this and we didn't have any real review of the car park's performance from the past year. And I think that's something we would want to have done every year, to have, not even so much to evaluate them, but to learn from it and see what we can do better moving forward. So I'd like you to consider adding that to the process moving forward.
Absolutely. I talked to Dane Lyon, who's here with the car park, today about that, about putting together a review process for some steps and KPIs and metrics.
We did, however, see the comparative on multiple criteria of all the applicants for the contract, including car park, and the weighted grades that you gave each of them. So in effect, that looked like a review to me of their performance. Some of the things, well, they're in the driver's seat because they're the incumbent. They should do certain things well because they already know it. So I did see that comparative aspect.
But yes, we will do that this year. We'll have a measure of the KPIs, and we'll also put out that survey, which you'll recall last year when we talked about that. I did not do that in 2024, so we'll do that in 2025 with the permit holders.
I have a couple of questions. And I appreciate you getting back to me. I asked you some specific questions that actually resulted in us being able to have information to make this decision. Coming to the board, I think, with a recommendation that didn't have any other data for us to make a deliberative decision on this, I think doesn't give us enough information to make a decision. Not having reviewed the performance or how well the car park fulfilled their obligations under the contract is a deal breaker for me. If we didn't do that performance evaluation and assess how well they did, I'm comparing some real life experience with what I read in the contract and some information that I have inside this environment that we have to make decisions. I would ask that we table this to review that and make a decision at our next meeting or in the future. Or, I mean, it was a shortcoming of the presentation to ask us to make a decision and not tell us how the current provider did. But we're being asked to approve their performance going into the future. I wonder if there was a handicap given or a advantage given for being the provider over other applicants, because when I look at those other applicants, there are some pluses and drawbacks to each of them. So we have to rely on the group that you assembled to make that assessment for us, but we are ultimately making the decision. And when we look back at this in a year or 5 years, the staff will say, well, town board, you approved that. So if we approve that tonight, on what criteria did we make that approval? And what we've been presented is, our group looked at it and we think you should go with them. So that in my mind is a rubber stamp, and I will never rubber stamp an issue that comes before us. So I would ask for a performance evaluation for me to vote in favor of this, and a closer look at the other applicants that were involved in this.
Okay.
That's the direction that I would go in this conversation, but I'm hoping to stimulate the other trustees to realize that we don't have a whole lot of information to make this decision other than recommendation from a group to approve this without any other details.
From the selection committee based on the criteria in the proposal?
Yeah, and when I look at the selection criteria in the proposal and I look at the performance of the car park over the last several years, I think that that's a very important piece of this conversation that was overlooked. So perhaps it was overlooked or wasn't included, but when I asked, you said that the data did not exist, performance, and I think that you just answered the same way with Trustee Brown. So I think it's an important piece for us to make a decision, and just that's the direction I would go on it.
So I'm not sure I'm that far with this, but I would like you as the parking manager to give your personal evaluation of their performance, so that we at least have that, because I expect that, I'm not sure whether Trustee Eigel's approach to table this will succeed or not, but I would like to hear your personal evaluation.
Sure. I think the car park, during the past 2 years that I've been involved with it, I worked for the car park when I first moved here. So I was, that's why when this RFP went out, I was completely out of it. I aggregated data, that was it. I know all of the other firms that are involved with the exception of one that was the lowest score on your list. Otherwise, I have relationships with every single one of those firms, being in the business for 20-some years. So I know all of them. That's why I did not get involved in that. My experience with the car park is the last 2 years has been a little bit up and down, but I think this last year they did a good job of going out and putting together some programs that I needed done, which were to revise the permit program, which we had in place before. I know it was a difficult thing for a lot of folks in town that were going through that process, but I think in the future the karma program that they have for permits is going to work very well for at least this year going forward in 2025. We had some issues, I think, with personnel, but I think some of those got ironed out, except for a couple of issues at the very end of the year regarding ticketing, which shouldn't have been happening. So we addressed that very quickly and got that under control. Their upper level management is very responsive to when we need things done. The way that parking companies typically work, having been in the business for 20-some years, is you have a program and that's what you bring to your client. In this case, the town would be the client. Those programs are not always customizable, right? So the same program works here and they use it in that other place. That exists with the program that the car park uses, the Karma permit program. But they've been able to work behind the scenes and customize that for us so that it works for our system. Permit systems in general work on monthly basis. So that's the big difference that we've had here is they've been able to customize that so that it works for our seasonal program. Yeah, and that's been good. Their ticketing program works very well. It integrates with the payment programs that we have, and PD is able to use that program if they need to. They don't right now, but it's available in their office if they need to use it. I'm able to use it if I'm out in the field. It allows me to go in and look up a license plate, and from that license plate I can see if it's a permit holder or not. I'm able to go in a lot of times and see if there are violations or anything, if that exists with folks, and take care of that for them or get them to the car park to go through that appeal process. So on a grade of probably 1 to 10, I hate the number 7, but I'd probably give it a 7. It's not perfect, but I don't know which system is, and that's what we're going to work on this next year if this contract is approved. I will put metrics together, just like what you all said. We were working on that just today to make sure that we have those in place going forward. I think in the past there have been emails, I'm looking at Director Mahonen, emails that got sent to the car park based on performance, and I don't have access to those right now from my predecessor.
Thank you for that. So, I mean, with your great experience and having other people look at this, and from what you sent us, I'm very comfortable with you presenting what you would recommend us to go with. So I don't feel like I'm rubber stamping, because I trust that you have the expertise that I don't. And so, but I appreciate that additional information, and moving forward, having more information was helpful, putting that together, for sure. So I will be in favor of moving this forward, but I wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that I do think, the annual review is helpful just because it's such a touch point for our guests, right? Like whoever's representing the car park is having a lot of opportunity to interact with the golden goose, of people, and, our residents as well. It's primarily our guests, but we know our residents engage with them, and we've had experience with that certainly recently, at least once or twice. But what I appreciate about your recommendation is the committee that had representation from our community, which is something we've said more than once up here tonight, that we want to hear what our community has to say. And so having representatives from the chamber, from our business community, from different departments in the town, including the visitor center, police department, public works, and then having the Transportation Advisory Board, which is our most, in my opinion, qualified perspective when it comes to evaluating the nuances of the car park and all the work that they do on that committee, on that board. So I really appreciate that, because that actually strengthens the recommendation for me, because we're hearing not just from staff, which is, as you know, of the utmost importance, but we're hearing from the community as well in this. Earlier tonight, we approved a contract for our development code rewrite, where we did not have access to the other proposals that came before us. We asked some questions, we had a staff recommendation, we saw the RFP, we saw the proposal, very similar to what was presented here, and we were comfortable with that proposal as well. So to me, this is another layer of additional community feedback that makes me even more at ease with your recommendation. So I appreciate the additional information. I do think that annual review in the future, kind of our survey piece, is a valuable component. And like Cindy, I'm ready to move forward on this tonight.
With no further comment, I would take a motion.
I'll move to approve Resolution 07-25, professional services contract with the car park for management of the town's public parking facilities.
I'll second.
Town clerk, we can go to a vote.
We have one vote outstanding.
It passes with 4 votes. It appears to me Trustee Eigel voted no, and there were 2 trustees, or a trustee and the mayor, who abstained. Is that accurate? I think it's accurate, yep.
Okay,
There you go.
thank you.
We're abutting up against 10 p.m. I know that this topic we'll talk for more than 60 seconds on. Like I say, we actually had people who went to the expense of traveling to Estes for this. I would take a motion to extend the meeting past 10.
I would move to extend the meeting past 10 p.m.
Second.
Let's vote on that.
Give me one moment, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, I'm going to just go ahead and use the previous vote, because I don't see that this is set up correctly. So if you bear with me, we're going to just use the last, I'm going to clear this vote, and we're going to use this for you to go ahead and vote again on extending the meeting past 10. Oh, that's why, because the system doesn't want to work.
Or we can do it by voice.
Give me one moment. I have to clear this anyways.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, we'll do it by voice, because it
okay.
doesn't seem to want to respond now. It's tired too. How about that? Trustee Eigel? Aye. Trustee Lancaster?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sinek?
Abstain.
Mayor Hall?
Aye.
Trustee Youngland?
Aye.
Trustee Hazelton?
Aye.
And Trustee Brown?
Aye.
All right, we'll move on to our last discussion item. There's not an action requested here, but this is for the annexation referral for the Olympus Lodge Spring Hill Suites project. It's not in development yet. We're talking the annexation referral. We have in the room Director Caressia, but Senior Planner Hornbeck will start us off.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. I'd like to say I will be brief, but unfortunately I do have a bit of background to cover. Annexations are not super common, and what we're doing tonight is also not super common, and bringing an item to you more as a referral and not formal action. So with that said, staff is seeking your direction on a request for annexation, especially in regards to whether annexation should be pursued, whether the requested zoning is acceptable to be referenced in the annexation agreement, and the manner of required roadway improvements. Town board discussion on this item is appropriate, as annexations are state-established legislative process and are not subject to the rules governing quasi-judicial matters. Further, the board review and evaluation of an annexation is discretionary, meaning the board may approve or deny a annexation request as they see fit based on circumstances and conditions presented. The board also has the authority to approve an annexation with additional conditions and requirements that exceed standard town established requirements, typically through the use of an annexation agreement. Annexation is a multi-step process with a series of resolutions, an agreement, and ordinance to come before the board if the annexation proceeds. That series of hearings, findings, and actions has not yet begun. In the present referral of this annexation to the board, we are requesting direction on a few matters affecting the process to come. As discussed, the property included in this annexation is also subject to a development plan application, which is a quasi-judicial matter and is not before the board at this time, and staff is requesting direction strictly on the annexation at this time. So an application has been received requesting annexation of a 3.2 acre property. Annexations are legislative, as noted. The property requested for annexation is the existing Olympus Lodge at 2365 Big Thompson Avenue. It's currently in Larimer County with an accommodations highway corridor zoning. The Estes comprehensive plan designates the property with a future land use of mixed-use centers and corridors. The zoning requested with the proposed annexation is A, accommodations. Prospective variances to allow taller retaining walls and greater grading depths were approved by the Board of Adjustment in August of last year. An application for a development plan was received as well, and those plans propose demolition of the existing lodge and construction of a new hotel. The applicant has indicated an employee dormitory component would be provided for use by hotel staff. Review of that application is ongoing and no formal action scheduled at this time. With the annexation request, the applicant initially requested accommodations, A, zoning. However, they have indicated they will also be pursuing a planned unit development, PUD overlay, as they believe that would best suit their development goals. In accordance with the town's PUD standards, as you recall, recently amended, a demonstration of public benefit would be required. It should also be noted that specific zone district cannot be guaranteed through annexation and must follow the town's procedures for rezoning. The development of the subject property will trigger improvements to the intersection of Big Thompson Avenue and Mall Road. Discussion between the applicant and staff on the extent of these improvements has occurred, with staff indicating the intersection should be improved with a roundabout to address traffic safety concerns, as well as present a lower life cycle cost to taxpayers and the motoring public, while the applicant prefers signalizing the intersection due to lower initial construction costs. Public Works has indicated that it considers a roundabout to be required by the Development Code. The board may consider code requirements, but the question of whether the code affirmatively requires a roundabout is not squarely before the board at this time, and no formal determination is needed or appropriate yet. As noted previously, the town may require property owners to meet higher development standards or take additional steps to mitigate development impacts in return for annexation. So with that said, the question of the moment is whether a roundabout should be a condition of the annexation in the board's discretion. If so, staff would draft the forthcoming annexation agreement to that effect. It's typical to require or to include public improvements in that agreement, even when the code also requires them, to clarify expectations, bring certainty to developer obligations, and avoid any attempt to circumvent requirements. Alternatively, if the board does not deem it appropriate to require roundabout as a condition of annexation, that could be left out of the agreement, and the issue would be resolved through the development plan process. Or the board may direct staff to pursue some other arrangement regarding the intersection. Should a roundabout be a condition of approval, a related question is whether the town should make a financial contribution towards construction of the roundabout. The town does not typically reimburse developers for public improvements triggered by development, but the applicant has requested consideration on this matter given their cost projections for a roundabout. They have estimated the cost to be around $4.5 million. Public Works staff anticipates that estimate may be a little high given recent roundabouts constructed at Community Drive and Wonderview Avenue were $3 and $2 million respectively, or a little under those figures. Regardless of the cost, Public Works recognizes the larger contribution of background traffic to the forecasted non-compliant intersection operation, and that cost reimbursement might be appropriate if of interest to the board. Annexation and development of a new hotel would increase town sales tax revenue. That increased revenue, or a portion of it, could potentially be reimbursed to the developer on an annual basis for a defined time frame to help offset a portion of those costs. Sales tax collected by state, county, and the local marketing district would not be impacted by any town sales tax rebate. If that's of interest to the board, staff can explore that option in more detail. I do want to note we have a number of our Public Works staff here who can provide any more detailed information about the roundabout questions. The applicant, as the mayor noted, is present, and with that, I can answer any questions or defer.
I'd say let's hold questions. I'll allow the potential purchaser to make a statement to the board, and then we'll open for questions and comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, board, for taking the time to allow us to speak tonight. If it's okay, I would like, this is Mr. Todd Wright. He is the seller. He would like to speak as well. And with some conditions him needing to leave, I would like to give him the floor if that's possible.
Good.
Thank you. Todd Wright, 2365 Big Thompson Avenue. Before I just saw some of the things that were passed along earlier today. Before I go into those, there are two things. CDOT did a study out in front of our property, Mall Road, Big Thompson Avenue. They basically concurred that, well, pardon me, I'll just read two sentences from their study. The analysis of future traffic conditions indicates the addition of on-site generated traffic is expected to create minimal negative impact to traffic operations for the existing and surrounding roadway system. And again, they say, oh, it is recommended that Mall Road and Big Thompson Avenue intersection be signalized under year 2026 traffic conditions with or without the proposed development. Anyone that's driven around there after a big event realizes the police sit out there for hours trying to direct traffic at that intersection. It's been a problem for decades. This development is inconsequential as to the road needs at Mall Road and Big Thompson Avenue. That being said, the reason we requested annexation is 3 years ago we were approached by Chris, who wished to purchase the property. For my wife and I, the timing was auspicious, as I was recovering from surgery and going through chemotherapy. Nearly a year and a half ago, Estes Park asked, in order to provide water service, that the property be annexed. So we started the annexing to help keep the project moving along, being promised that it would run concurrently with the permitting process. This was just done to expedite the process, so it wasn't going to take 6 or 7 years to break ground. Now, several months ago, just before we're scheduled to close, Public Works demanded that the Combses put in a roundabout at possibly $4.5 million at their sole cost. I've been battling cancer for 3 years now. I've been fighting to get this project into this family that is ready, willing, and able to invest in our community. This is a project that will benefit all involved. My wife and I will sell, giving us the means to move on and recuperate. The Combses will have the opportunity to invest in our community. And the town of Estes Park will get a substantial increase in tax revenue. The water department will get something in the neighborhood of $1.5 million in tap fees. And it'll give you the ability to finally loop the 2 dead-end watered systems that are in that part of the town. The insistence on the Combses to pay for a roundabout in its entirety, simply because their proximity to Mall Road, is erroneous. I'm here asking you to waylay this felonious demand, allow us to proceed unhindered towards the sale and development of this property. Are there any questions I could ask? I will be handing it over to Chris, but I will be leaving shortly, as I have had chemo earlier today, and I do have chemo and radiation again tomorrow. Are there any questions I could ask before I?
Trustees, do you have questions for the seller?
No, Mr. Wright, thanks for taking the time and for being committed to making your statement, because it's really important that we hear from people. And, yeah, thanks. Thanks for that commitment.
Thank you all for extending the time to let us come in tonight.
Mr. Wright. Yeah, take care. Be well.
Thank you, Chris.
Mr. Combs, you can
Yes.
complete
Mayor,
this.
before we continue, I take exception to the characterization of staff's application of development code as felonious. I find that offensive to our town staff that are doing their best to apply the rules that the town board has lawfully established in town. And I wanted to make sure that that exception is noted for the record.
Thank you.
I do apologize if I've offended.
My name's Chris Combs. My dad and I, we run a family hotel company. We're based out of Missouri. We looked at purchasing the property to do the Spring Hill Suites by Marriott development. We went into contract with Mr. Wright, I believe in August of 22, is how long we've been in the works on this project thus far. We were going through, we have been through a lot trying to get the project approved. We really want to do a project that suits the town. We've hired an architect that specializes in national park areas to do a project that suits the town. I've heard some of the housing board. We did go out of our way to add the dormitory because we we have heard from the different people in the town that employee housing is an issue. So we wanted to come in and we want to do a project that meets the town's needs. That's been our goal. That's what we're looking to do. As far as going forward, really the roundabout, the cost estimates of that, it makes the project unfeasible. It just does not pencil to get any type of return on the investment. And as Mr. Wright did say, we believe that the traffic problem does exist as it is. Our hotel is not going to trigger a major problem that would incur this type of cost. Secondly, the sole responsibility has been placed upon us, the developer, even down to securing the land. As a private developer, we do not have the authority to use eminent domain, any type of condemnation whatsoever to make this project go forward. The timing that it takes to get CDOT, all of the county approvals, everything entailed in that, as you all know, will take also lots of time. We've been in the process long enough now. We are at the point that it is a make or break for the project. With the roundabout in the picture, it is a break for the project. We will have to move it elsewhere and look for another place to develop it at. I hate to be that candid, but that is the truth of where we're at. It just will not pencil to make that work. We have worked very, very diligently with the Wrights. They've been great to work with, and our hope is to see the project move forward. So any direction that we can get from the town board to help move this project forward, that is what we're looking for. Any questions?
Thanks. I'll first ask if there's any public comment before we turn to the trustees for questions and comments. Seeing none, trustees, you may.
Yeah. Mr. Combs, is it?
Yes.
So I happen to be liaison to the Board of Adjustment, and so I was able to witness your group going through that process for the height restriction. And I was pretty impressed with your ability to work with the town on that, because they, as you know, they rejected the variance the first time, and you worked it around it. So, and that spoke well for your group, I would say.
Thank you.
Very well. And I do have one question for you, and then a question for Paul too.
Sure.
Question is, if, and I'm not even sure this is the right solution, but if a stoplight was put in there, is that something that would fit within your budget to make that work?
We would need to do the cost analysis on it to see that. I mean, as you know,
it's gotta
every
be
project has a cap.
Right. It's got to be cheaper than a roundabout.
It
for
would be
sure.
much cheaper than a roundabout. I would think that probably that we could probably see the feasibility. Would we be able to take 100% of the cost?
Yeah.
No, probably not. But I do think that would be something that would be a workable solution to possibly look at. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm very receptive to your view on this. It does seem like, first of all, a roundabout, comparing the other two roundabouts, this particular roundabout would require a lot more earth moving than the other ones.
There's a big fill.
Huge fill. And you know, I'm not convinced yet that it was necessary. I know it's in a part of our long-term, comprehensive plan. That might be an appropriate thing, but a comprehensive plan is not very definitive on that. And I do know that I think the major problem with that intersection is the steepness coming up Mall Road. That's really the issue, because you just can't see when you're going there. So I do think that, you know, it might be appropriate to have some sort of impact fee with respect to the impact on the increased traffic. I'm sure that that would not likely provide enough cost to pay for the whole roundabout. But, you know, the dilemma we have as a community is that when we do a development, that's really our only chance to get participation by the private sector towards the public improvements. And, you know, usually it's things like improving the water line or the sewer line
Right.
or the, you know, a roundabout seems to me to be excessive personally. However, having said that, I do think some participation in the, in public improvements here for the future might be appropriate. One of the things that struck me about this, and I'm not sure how this fits in, is, you know, conditioning annexation on a roundabout development would presumably delay the development as well.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's in our interest in the community. So I would not personally support conditioning annexation on the developer paying for a roundabout. Although I do think we need to have further discussion on aspects of it that might, you know, justify some participation in improvements in that intersection. Paul, my question for you, Paul, is I thought that PUDs were limited to commercial zoning. Does that include accommodation zoning? If, you know, we just went through this, that PUDs are permitted now in commercial zoning, including commercial outlying, but are they permitted in accommodation zoning?
They are, yes.
They are,
With the recent amendment.
All right, thank you.
My question might be for Paul, and maybe Greg wants to hop in too. Can you talk a little bit about, thanks for the recap and the overview, but can you talk about why you believe the development code requires the roundabout? What's the difference between the traffic signal? I noticed in the memo you specifically identified a lower life cycle cost. I had to make sure I said that right. But can you just talk a little bit about that for our knowledge so we can understand, and in particular too, how it works with the fact that this would be a property annexed but on a state highway and with buffering properties that aren't part of the town. Anyway, could you just talk a little bit about the roundabout application?
I could try, but Director Mahoney could do it much more elegantly than I can, so I'll turn it over to him.
He stayed this late, so we might as well get him off there.
Thanks, Trustee Hazelton. Greg Mahone, Public Works Director for the town. So the question was, talk to us about a roundabout. That's very broad. That's very, very broad.
The interpretation in this case.
The development code requires the provision of adequate public facilities by any land development applicant. So that pertains to adequate water supply, adequate sewer supply, adequate transportation operations. And so the determination of adequacy is founded in the Larimer County Urban Area Street Standards. That's where the delay criteria and acceptable versus unacceptable operation is defined. And in order to get a determination of adequacy, the intersection has to operate at a certain level of efficiency or absence of, there's a delay threshold on the individual movement, on the traffic on the individual leg, and the overall operation of the intersection. The traffic study provided by the applicant confirmed that when you add the site-generated traffic caused by this project, the intersection will not meet the operational requirements necessary to meet the test of adequacy. So that can be remedied by either putting in a traffic signal or putting in a roundabout. Now keep in mind in this conversation, Kirby, you mentioned that it's a state highway, and that's an important fact to remember. This project will not move forward until CDOT issues an access permit. The driveway to this project is proposed to align as the fourth leg of a cross intersection. This intersection will not operate acceptably according to the standards that we've adopted without a signal or a roundabout. And CDOT has indicated they won't approve the access permit to allow people, customers, to go in and out of this site unless the intersection is upgraded. So it has to be upgraded by somebody. If a new land use of this level of intensity is going to happen on this piece of property. So that takes us down to, if we want the land use, and we want the revenue and the associated benefits, then how are we going to get the intersection improvements? The applicant brought up a really important point, and I think Trustee Brown made the same point. It does not feel fair to place the obligation of an expensive public improvement like this on the backs of a singular applicant. Unfortunately, Estes Park has never adopted a traffic or transportation impact fee process, and instead we operate in a system where the last person that puts the straw on the camel's back, that breaks the back, takes the responsibility for the full cost of the infrastructure. That's fundamentally unfair. I absolutely agree with that. But staff has not given an opportunity to implement. If we're charged with providing recommendations to you all regarding compliance with the development code, we don't have the opportunity to exercise discretionary judgment and say, well, the code says this, but it doesn't feel fair to us, so we should do something different. You have the option to do that, but we do not. As I looked at this situation and I considered the options of a traffic signal versus a roundabout, I looked at this from a safety perspective primarily. And there's a lot of literature that demonstrates the fact of the increased operational cost to the motoring public and the taxpayers that they will incur if a signal goes in here versus a roundabout. So I think we have a responsibility to not only look at the initial construction cost considerations, but we have a duty to protect the interest of the taxpayers for generations. And we have a duty to look at the long-term operational costs that the community is going to incur as a result of the decisions that are made on one specific land use applications. How much is the life of your niece or nephew or grandchild worth? And if we approve a traffic signal at this intersection, and we have a queue of cars that every 100 seconds, 130 seconds, that light's going to go red for the westbound traffic. That traffic's going to back up and stack. And we have traffic coming from Loveland up 34. They don't know if the traffic, probably don't even know a traffic signal's there. They don't know if it's red or green. They're going to come around a blind corner and encounter a queue of stacked cars. And so if we put a traffic signal in here, the increased risk of rear-end collisions goes up dramatically. And so as a decision maker, we have to wrestle through the ramifications of that and then take some personal responsibility for the consequences of the decisions we make. So I look at this, I take it very personally. I can't in good faith recommend to this board that you approve a traffic signal at this location for the reasons stated.
Thanks, Greg. That's really helpful. Don't go too far quite yet, because I know in the it was really a helpful summary. Thank you. And I know that there's somewhere in the memo, I want to make sure I quote it right. There was discussion about, is there an opportunity for the town or for CDOT or whatever, whoever, to not put the total financial burden on the applicant? And also there's a kind of a discrepancy in terms of how much everybody thinks this might cost based on our past experiences. Can you, could you talk about any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I'm going back to a comment I previously made regarding equity, or in this case, inequity. It feels terrible to put the burden of this intersection improvements on the back of one applicant. That's fundamentally unfair. So what options do we have to remedy that? The only one that I could come up with two solutions, and one of them's outlined in your memo. We could consider looking at the increased sales tax revenue that this land use would create. We could enter into an agreement with the applicant. It could be a condition in the annexation or in a development agreement attached to the development plan. And we could come up with language that would identify some scheme, a strategy for sharing the cost. And those details can be worked out in the future. We could put a time frame on it. We could put a cap amount on it. We could set an amount that's really irrelevant to the total cost of the project. We could say the town will contribute X dollars or X percent. I mean, there's a variety of ways that could be structured. But I think that given the fact that the background traffic is consuming the bulk of the functional capacity of this intersection, and this project is the trigger that just pushes us across that threshold of unacceptable operation or unacceptable delay, that would seem more equitable and reasonable in my mind for the town to consider redirecting some portion of that sales tax revenue as a reimbursement to pick up the cost of this, which is benefiting a lot of people, not just the applicant.
I do want to contrast that. Trustee Hazelton, you asked about a general sense of the town taking maybe a portion of a payment from the developer and then putting essentially the town on the hook for the rest of the improvement cost, or that idea has been floated. And I think there are the reverse of the problem we have with the developer having to bear the full cost of the intersection improvement just because they're adding that marginal amount of traffic. If we reverse that and say, well, you give us a percentage, and then the taxpayers of the town are going to pay a significant amount of money to build an intersection improvement at the intersection of a state highway and a county road, I do not think that's fair to the taxpayers of Estes Park. So I think that you sort of have a spectrum of options here. You have that option where the taxpayers of Estes Park support the development, support CDOT, support the county by improving this intersection that is on the edge of needing an improvement without the developer's project. You have the middle road where the town is saying, hey, let's look at the sales tax that's going to be generated by this. Let's explore putting some or all of that sales tax back in to help fund this improvement. And then you have the other end of the spectrum, which is saying, yeah, the developer has to pay for it all. And you've heard from Mr. Combs tonight that may be a deal killer if we want to put a roundabout there.
And to be clear, I'm not suggesting, I'm just gathering information, and do we think CDOT probably doesn't love us after the past couple of years, but there's been no discussion about if they would?
We have asked the county about their intent to improve the future intersections, and there's nothing on the immediate radar for this intersection. I don't know, Greg would have to weigh in if we've asked CDOT that question, but as most of you know, CDOT prioritizes their intersection improvements based on significant injury and fatalities. And while there have been accidents there, and I think 2 accidents in the past 5 years that have resulted in injuries, I can tell you that throughout the state, there are a lot more dangerous intersections at the moment. Greg, anything to add there?
You're spot on with your comments there. While we're talking about cost, so far the conversation has focused on this big number, $4.5 million associated with a roundabout. Nobody's talked about the cost of a signal because the cost has not been provided, at least has not been provided to staff. There will be significant earth moving to put a signal in there because we're going to have to add auxiliary lanes. The negative side of putting a traffic signal in is you stop the traffic flow on every leg, every cycle, and you have to provide space for those cars to stack up. And so there will be widening on some of the legs of this intersection with a traffic signal. There may be right-of-way acquisition required to put a traffic signal in. So, and that's, we don't know what those numbers are yet. Those haven't been provided.
Thanks. just stay up there,
Sure.
Greg.
You bet.
Okay, so you did answer, because I thought in this last vote, Larimer County was looking at doing possibly a roundabout, but it was voted down in their, not specifically, but their increase in this last vote. So they didn't get the money for projects, which I believe one of this was the projects. Was it, or was it not?
I talked to the county engineering staff and asked that specific question, and asked the question just, I think it was shortly after the election, when the votes were still being counted. And what they shared with me is the amount of money the county was asking for with that sales tax initiative was not project specific. It was a targeted amount of money to be applied more broadly across the transportation network. So it would not be accurate to say that the failed tax initiative eliminated the funding specifically for this project in one breath. And in another breath, you can say that because that would have generated additional money, and the county was receptive to a conversation about where to spend some of that money in Estes Park.
Okay.
Not a very good answer, I realize. For context, we have identified both ends of Mall Road as needing intersection improvements in the future. We sit as members of the Upper Front Range Transportation Planning Region. That is the regional body that channels state funding to different projects. So these locations have been in the regional transportation plan for a number of years, 5 or 8 years. So it's not unknown, but Travis made the point, when CDOT makes spending decisions, they put their money, they use crash data, it carries a lot of weight in the decision making, and we don't have the injury accidents and the deaths up here historically to overwhelm that data in other more heavily traveled intersections throughout Region 4. So we don't compete very favorably for CDOT funds.
Okay.
Long way of saying CDOT did not identify a willingness or an ability to contribute to the cost.
What about the project that's down the road? I don't know how many years, but Upper Thompson expansion on Mall Road. Will that project not create some added traffic to where that intersection would be possibly have to be upgraded on their backs, on their expense?
I'm going to give you the short answer of no. I would not expect that project to generate traffic commensurate with Paul, how many residential units? 115 residential units. Consider what Upper Thompson is doing. They have an existing treatment plant right now, service that takes access off of Mall Road. So they're going to expand that. They would logically have an increase in employees in the larger plant, but nothing near the magnitude of hundreds of dwelling units that are lodging units that are occupied night after night after night.
Right, right. That's a
I reached out to the Sand District, have a copy of their site plan,
Okay.
look to see if the construction of a roundabout would encroach into and adversely affect the improvements on their site plan. And it looks to me, from a cursory review perspective, that there's no conflict there.
Okay, another question I have as far as acquisition of property, it was stated earlier that you, just the general public or a person can't do that. It has to be an entity like a government or whatever. I'm not educated in that at all. Can you enlighten me
Sure.
on to how, if the developer would say, okay, we could work this out, how would he then go about making that happen?
The developer would contact the owner of the needed property and make an offer to buy it. I understand that conversation's already started in the context of relocating their driveway to line up with Mall Road at that intersection. The developer knows the adjoining landowner, and they would be in a position of needing to negotiate an arrangement to buy the land. If that's unsuccessful, then, yeah, Mr. Combs is right. The private property owner cannot condemn the land of another private property owner. Local government, state government can do that. None of us ever like to do it. It's not a pleasant experience.
And so what about the property on the other side, on Mall Road side? That would be Upper Thompson, if they would have to acquire some
It's
property
the same.
there?
It's the same owner. It's the trust.
Oh, okay. So it's
They
the
own
same-
on both sides of Highway
They do,
34.
okay, okay.
But you have to keep in mind too, be careful of thinking that the roundabout, the centroid of the roundabout is going to be at the geometric intersection, center line of the intersections. It may not be. That's the beauty of a roundabout. You can take that and you have a real expensive corner to build on and less expensive options on the other corners. You move the roundabout and then modify the approach geometry in and out of the roundabout.
Okay, last
Trustee
question.
Youngland, could I just put some more context on
Sure.
the issue of off-site purchases? This comes up from time to time in land development, not always at the annexation stage, but often when, in order to accomplish whatever development a developer is trying to do, they need to purchase, say, an off-site drainage easement or land for right-of-way or land to add an acceleration or deceleration lane. That's pretty common when the use that's on the property creates needs that spill over. So that's not too terribly out of the ordinary
Okay.
for a developer to need to go out and purchase further property.
Okay, thank you. One last question. You mentioned the pileup from a traffic light, the stacking of the cars. What kind of stacking because you would come around the corner and not know there's a roundabout either.
Exactly, right?
And so, they have to decelerate quickly. We've seen that issue up on McGregor, where we've had too many vehicles going too fast. And so how would a roundabout not stack? Obviously it's not going to stack as much,
Right.
but how do you see the roundabout not having some of those same issues?
A roundabout will have some of those same issues, but to a much lesser degree. So if we're going to put anything in the road, any type of intersection improvement, we're going to trigger this issue to one degree or another. So you put a traffic signal in there, we're going to stack up the cars, according to the traffic study, anywhere from 170 to 300 feet. You put a roundabout in there, you're going to stack two cars, maybe in the, looking 20 years into the future, 125 feet. So the related issue exists with the signal and with the roundabout. The difference is a matter of magnitude.
Okay. I lied. One more question.
Sure.
You just slipped. It was to Mr. Wright's comment that he read from a letter from CDOT that they said there isn't a impact. I wanted to ask him, but
I can read to you my letter from CDOT that says the opposite.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Before we move down the line, I think Mr. Combs had some input on a couple of your questions.
I had just a couple comments there he mentioned that we were in negotiations with the landowners next door to purchase land. That's incorrect. We have talked to them about a joint access agreement, but not to purchase land. Again, that all increases the cost up. And in something that's going to be a public improvement, again, I can ask, but I cannot force the sale. So to have it as a requirement, this project to be a requirement to get a building permit or to get a CO, any type of thing like that, it's just not, that's where the impossibility comes at. That's where it handcuffs the project in that regard, because we cannot commit to that. It is a project with all the entities needed. We believe it is a project that honestly the government entities have to take the lead on because of that. Even if you do go up in further there where he's talking about on their land, if they were to do that, that land's pretty steep. You're talking about blasting out. Again, the cost is very, very high for the roundabout. It just does not make the project feasible. I mean, I can understand all of the positives from it, but it does not make the project feasible. The other options, the other things to take into consideration is, yes, our project will generate a great amount of sales tax. We've sent projections in, but also if the roundabout is mandated, the project goes away. He also stated that this one and the over at Mall Road and 36 is stuff that's been on the radar for years. If we don't do the project, there's nothing. No tax revenue. With that joint access agreement, we are putting extra utility work in at our sole expense that does put utilities to that land site there next to us that does offer future expansion if that landowner so decided to go down that road. I can't speak for him, but if that was the decision that he wanted to go, that's an option now for him. Again, if the development dies, that dies too. There's many things that we're bringing to the table that is being hinged on a roundabout that the traffic studies, we believe, doesn't show it necessary to mitigate the problem at this time. So that's all I'd say.
Trustee Lancaster.
Yeah, Greg, several questions. There was a comment there that none of the studies justify any need with this. Is that true?
Say that again?
Mr. Coombs just said that none of the studies justify a need for. Oh, okay, not for improvements. Okay, good. I want to make sure. Yeah. You know, we've talked about this before, and I struggle with this too. It's not fair for the applicant to pay 100% of the costs. However, it's also not fair for the applicant to pay zero, because there is impacts by going from whatever it is, 32 rooms to 132 or whatever it is.
115 plus.
Okay, 115. That's a pretty big jump in the traffic counts. So something in there. A couple questions for you, Greg. First of all, you know, some of this is just what's possible. I mean, it's, you always say, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Is a light better than nothing?
Depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you.
I would say a light is not better than nothing.
Okay.
Because if you put a light in there, you're stopping the traffic flow east and west for thousands of cars. And you're creating the potential, you're elevating the increase for personal injury accidents and fatalities.
So and I have seen lights that are kind of blind with that, with I don't know what they call them, warning lights around the corner saying, you know, red light ahead.
That is a pop. You know, CDOT and I are
And
in
you
dialogue.
can have a light around the corner that warns them the light's coming up, because that's down there where that wildlife sign is.
Sure.
I don't know about everybody else, but
So
I really
when the-
missed that wildlife sign when it was
When
gone.
the electricity goes out, then that ceases to operate.
Well, yeah, but the electricity goes out, the light doesn't operate either.
Exactly. But the roundabout continues to function.
Yeah, but again, I don't want to see the perfect be the enemy of the good. So that's part of it. That was interesting, your comment about the county, because the county, when they went to, this is kind of a sidelight to this, when the county advertised for or promoted that tax, they actually had a map out there, and they showed, I think you saw it too, they showed two projects, because I asked them, what projects are in Estes Park? There are two projects they were going to do, and it was either end of Mall Road. And that was something that they gave to the voters to help justify the tax.
Well, that was, okay, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
That was not shared with me by the
So if they're
Assistant
backtracking
County
on that,
Engineer.
maybe that's
Yeah.
one of the reasons they didn't get their tax. what about, I do like the idea of, and we haven't done this before, of kind of a tax increment. You know, it's too bad we don't have a transportation impact fee, and we've talked about it in the past, and that would have settled this. But a tax increment on the sales tax and setting money aside for when this can be done. Is there things in the interim, either a light or possibly it's not going to, applicants probably not going to like this either, but a write-in, write-out only restriction on their access?
The option of a write-in, write-out restriction was put on, as I'm told secondhand from my engineering staff, that was discussed more than a year ago at one of the early pre-app meetings.
Right.
And absolutely, that is an option, but the message that I got back secondhand was a restricted movement access point was a deal killer for the project. The applicant can speak to that.
Well, that's, you know, if the applicant just wants everything but not pay anything, I mean, there are impacts, you have to pay for the impacts that are there, and growth should pay some of its own way. So, I mean, it's just as unfair for it not to pay for any of the impacts they're gonna have. It's not all about us making money, it's about safety and transportation. So write-in, write-out restriction would be a pain, but it's not gonna shut down. If just putting in right turn lanes is enough to shut down the project, then the project probably isn't funded adequately. That might be an option to look at in an interim. If the light isn't there, I mean, some of these options we could look at. I do like the idea of the funding issue and setting money aside. And I know the county and the state right now haven't said it, but I've seen too many projects when they said something's on the table to partner on a project that maybe later on the road they would do. But when the opportunity comes up to partner with somebody else and said, look, we're going to throw money at this because we've got this source from the incremental tax revenues, and maybe we throw in some general fund dollars, because again, that shouldn't be this project pay for it all. And then go to CDOT and say, look, we've got 50% on the table. That can change priorities pretty easily. And the same way with the county, jump in and say, look, we got 50% of this intersection we need to address. The town's willing to put that up. I think there are partnerships that might be there if there's money on the table. But maybe some kind of a deal where we do a light with warning lights in the meantime, or nothing, as you said, if you think the light is different, with right in, right out restrictions, with a long-term plan. Things, I think, to compromise, again, not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good here. And if we're really going to join that, a sales tax, it's really no skin off our nose to put it to that property for whatever it is, 5 years, 10 years, and then we'll start collecting it after that. Any comments on any of those ideas? Or I know the perfect would be a roundabout, and I understand that.
Well, and I would see it a little differently. A roundabout's not perfect. It has its own set of pitfalls, and Trustee Youngland spoke to that. There's going to be some queuing there on busy Saturday afternoons, but it's better than a traffic signal. The right-in, right-out has potential. A private-public partnership absolutely has potential. I attempted to explore that with the county and CDOT. Somebody's going to have to step up and invest as much effort as it takes to go to the decision makers in those two entities and make the case and lobby for the funding and so on. So that's not a trivial exercise. I'm attracted to the idea because it feels much more equitable, but it's going to take effort on someone's part.
Well, let's change it, look at it from a different perspective. Let's say this project does go away. The intersection doesn't go away.
No, it doesn't.
We still have to address it somehow. And if we can find a way to partially address it by this, unless the project, you know, is so impactful that it's just an improper project in the wrong place.
Well, we have to ask ourselves that question.
But that's
Is
not
the right
an
location
annexation
for this
question.
project?
We shouldn't be talking about that today. I just think there's some maybe options in there with some of these things that aren't perfect, but maybe in the interim we can look at.
Trustee Lancaster, since you started bringing up the question of, well, if we're contributing some amount of money, where does it come from? What is the timing? How does it flow? Is this built up front? Is it built later? How is money kept in escrow? If we do increment financing, then how do you set the base? And then what percentage above the base? Is it 100% or less? I say this all because once you start going down that road, two things. First of all, there are a lot of variables to work out, and I think it's unlikely we'll get there tonight. But second of all, you have to start considering, how does this impact the next time someone wants to develop and there's a significant public expense? We're not talking about creating a whole new policy tonight, but a lot of the municipalities that do use some sort of sales tax rebate or share back do have a policy around it to create some guardrails. So that's just to say there's a lot to this if we start going down that road. And one possibility, given that it's 10:55 already, is that if the board gives us enough direction to start having these conversations, saying the board is interested in some sort of a mechanism, some sort of a share back, we can begin negotiations and then come back to the town board once we've had some progress on that, even at executive session, if that's appropriate, for you to give further instructions to negotiators based on the conversations that have happened so far. That's if the town board is interested in moving in this direction at all.
I didn't think we'd settle it tonight. I think my point in this is, I think there are options, and no, they're not easy, and no, they're not straightforward. Creativity never is, but there may be some things we can do that they're compromising on both sides to get this done, and I'd like to see us pursue some of that moving forward and not, shut it down and this is the only option we have. There could be a PIF put on the rooms there too, public improvement fee. There are a lot of different things that we could do that we've never done before. Just because we've never done before doesn't mean we don't want to move forward, and might be a good precedent to set.
One of my issues is I don't want to rush through this vote right this second, and I feel for these applicants that have flown in for this big time, but I think us making a decision at 11 o'clock at night, it's why I vote no on usually these things.
We're not being asked.
I know, but even discussing it, I think more direction. I think for them making a decision yes or no tonight is tough for them. I get that. I have routinely been anti-roundabouts, but in this particular situation, I'm actually find myself on the same direction as Director Mahonen. I think it's a bad spot for a light. I've been stuck on that hill coming into town when it was icy, and if I had to stop on that hill, I was never going to get up that hill. And I think everybody that's lived here for a while has been stuck on that hill with ice, and if you get stuck on it, you're not coming up it. So I just think it's a bad place for a light. I actually don't think it's a great place for a roundabout either, but it may not be the greatest place for this hotel. But I do like, the hotel. I like the idea that we can get some, obviously the sales tax in for it. I think, I adore the rights. I think that it's a huge difference between what's there at the Olympus Lodge right now and would be a Spring Hill Suites. I can't even fathom saying that it's not going to have a major impact in that intersection, because it will. And they're the ones that really are causing the biggest impact. I'm saying it's a problem. I'm not saying it's not a problem, but they are causing the biggest impact going forward. But I would love to see some kind of, working with them, whether it's sales tax over the next few years or whatever. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see any kind of creative financing we could do for it. I don't think it's the town's responsibility to foot the bill for this whole roundabout by any means. I also have one question about, we talk about towns having eminent domain and everything, but this is county property. Would town have any eminent domain out there? Because we're talking about property that's not in the town. We don't have a right to have any eminent domain on that, correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, it's a good question, and I haven't sat down with the planning staff or public works staff to look at exactly what land is incorporated and what is not, and match that up to what our needs are. But we do have some extraterritorial eminent domain authority. Whether this falls into that, I want to do some further research.
Okay, thanks. So those are my questions. I would love for it to go forward. I'd love to work with these people. I agree with you, it's not fair. I agree with you, it's not fair for the town to pay for it all. So to try to figure this out would be great. I am really not big on a light there. and ins and outs. I don't even know what that is, so I can't go to that, but that's my comments.
Yeah, just one.
Well, yeah, Trustee Eigel hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
go past 11, can we? So I cut myself off like 3 times. I think we have to be done.
I don't think we have to vote again, no. Go ahead, Trustee
I
Hazelton.
just wanted to say, as Attorney Kramer's proposal is, I'd love to see that. So, and I think that's exactly what Marie and Frank were saying too. So if we needed another number, that's my personal direction.
Trustee Eigel, did you? Okay. Well, I would affirm the same thing that Trustee Lancaster, Mayor Pro Tem Sinak, and Trustee Hazelton were saying in affirmation of Town Attorney Kramer's concept of working down that road and building that into some of the negotiations. I think that's probably the only reasonable path. We don't know what shape that might take, but, and I don't know what that means to the deal. The deal will be whatever it is, but I think that is at least the consensus of the board to move in the direction of trying to create some process of sales tax back and forth that would ultimately lessen the blow. But I recognize, Mr. Combs, that still leaves you in a limbo state.
Yes.
And decisions may have to be made, and you know the timing better than any.
What timing would that?
Yeah.
What would the timing look like on something like that? Is like, I guess the reason I ask is we have some pretty stringent deadlines
Yeah.
with the seller in our purchasing agreement with them that we have to live by. So, like we have, 30 days at best. So
I don't think we could guarantee.
I mean,
that
that's
could
what we
meet
would
the
need is some
timing.
pretty strong direction.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you probably can't, but we would need a pretty solid direction. So that would be my question, is the timing of how quick can you guys turn some things around?
Town attorney?
Mayor, I'm very confident that this is not going to have a bow on it within 30 days.
I'm sure it probably won't, but I mean, in like even just a solid, some sort of direction, something that we can kind of start to discuss. I mean, we're gonna need to have something pretty concrete that we can go back with the seller to work with.
What I always tell my clients is the amount of time it takes to negotiate a contract depends on both parties.
Right.
So we start talking, if we come to an agreement, well, not an agreement, we won't have an agreement until the board says we have an agreement.
Exactly.
If we make progress quickly, it can come together quickly. If we make progress slowly, then it'll take,
And look, like I said, I know 30 days you're not gonna get there, but I'm just saying like that, we do have some some really stout timelines that we have to meet. So that I'm just laying that out on the table, all the cards on the table for you. So we would need some sort of concrete direction that we can at least go back and work with the seller on. So.
I would be amiss if I didn't say this, but I'm a little uncomfortable with us talking about or even going through with signing some kind of deals at the annexation stage, when everything will come back up again in the public hearings and public process for the development plan when it goes through at that level as a quasi-judicial process. And it feels like some of the deals would have been cut and signed before we even did the public process.
Which can't happen.
Which doesn't sit well with me.
So Mayor and Trustee Lancaster, thanks for bringing that up. Let me address that. The way I see it, we're not talking about anything that will impact the development plan or the development plan application itself. That was the intent of the staff memo and of the conversation. And there is always, well, anytime you do an annexation agreement, which you pretty much always should as part of an annexation, that gets inked before a development plan comes along and goes through the process. So that is typical. And if as part of the annexation agreement, if the developer agrees, yes, there will be a roundabout, and here is how all of the financing will work, that doesn't have any bearing negatively, positively, or otherwise on the review criteria for the development plan. They presumably would submit a development plan application that would include what they've agreed to previously. And so I don't see any quasi judicial issue, and I don't see any other way around it if you're going to have an annexation agreement on public improvements.
I don't either, but it's a perception.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really a classic catch-22. If we worked things and to the point where an annexation would go through, well, I don't think the seller wants to annex unless they knew they were going to be able to sell and have that development, and hence the catch-22. Trustee Brown, you get the last comment, and then I have to make a wrap-up comment.
Okay, so as I hear this discussion, it seems to me that the developer mainly needs to know whether this board will require a roundabout paid for by the developer as a condition of the annexation. And I think what I'm hearing is that it seems like the majority of the board would say no to that.
Yeah.
Not to say that they wouldn't require some sort of participation in a cost or a light or something else. And I'm hoping that that is the message that Mr. Combs needs to move forward on this, because the rest of this will take longer. That's the problem with government. It takes forever. But if we can give him the assurance that we're not going to require a roundabout paid solely by the developer, maybe we can move forward.
For the annexation.
As a condition of the annexation, right?
And that's what.
And I certainly would take that
That's what I'm
position.
generally hearing too, and
Yeah,
broadly across the board. At this point, that's what we've got for you. That's what we've got for you. And Paul, thank you also, and the rest of the staff. I do want to make one public apology to Travis for not pausing the proceedings when a adjective was used that was inappropriate. Fortunately, the individual did apologize for that on the record, and thank you for bringing that up. I should have paused the proceedings at that point, and we're past that now, and we're into other waters. This is where we're at. You've heard the discussion and the weighing of it. Thank you for your presence. Thanks to Greg and his staff. What time do you guys have to get up? I don't think we have any further comments at this point, unless there are any other comments, and I don't see them. This session is closed.